please. Thank you. Hello, hello. Welcome in. This is it. I believe, unless there's another day, the finale of the trilogy. Yep. I'm excited. Lots of implications. Let me check that. Perfect. That's running. All right. Well, very revealing. That's the word. Investigation. Going into the finale trial here. Man, I see a lot of ways this goes. I think they're implying that Maya may be the murderer here. I've been thinking about it though, and there's perhaps a few strange things. Oh, and we're getting right into it. I wanted to look at the evidence, sorry. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Unfortunately, Pearl. Unfortunately. Pearl's... They're strongly implying that it's either Pearl or Maya. That's incredibly fucking cruel, though. But it could be. I was thinking about the murder, though, and like how the things lined up, in my head at least. And the upside down writing of Maya in the garden. I couldn't think of why that was put there. You know? I think that might be a major point. And it might even be that Elise is the one that did the spirit medium stuff. Maybe? I don't know. Maybe? But anyway. Time to reveal the murderer. Alright, Pearl. Maya. We still have yet to see Maya, too, which is kind of important. Morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. Investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the Inner Temple. Oh, I see. Have they accessed the Inner Temple? So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No. She's the defendant in this case, so she can't be at the Inner Temple. Which means it's still locked. She's required to be here in court. Also, with the psycho lock manifesting in reality? Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it is kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Oh. Edgeworth? What's Iris doing over there? She's going over today's testimony, so with the prosecutor as we speak. Today's testimony, huh? You heard me. Iris is going to be testifying as a witness for the prosecution. I mean, not the first time. The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession, or so I heard. Francisco von Karma, what are you up to? Is he gonna be my partner, bro? I know what you're thinking, but Francisca isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Who else would it be but Godot? That's right. From the line of him crawling up out of hell, I think he might be the father. Anyway, Godot is... There's no way Godot's not involved in this. Francisca is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern. Ah, alright. She's gonna be the one that opens the lock? You don't mean that she's... Exactly. She has been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the locks should be taken care of in about 3 hours. 3 hours? Telling me to bluff? Bluff my way through this. I hope everything continues to go smoothly, and we receive some good news soon. I don't know about good news. It'll be news of some sort. Thanks, Edgeworth. Prosecutor Godot intends to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. I'm assuming that. You don't have to tell me that. Touché. I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday. Whew. Strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all of this. Oh, man. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger. Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold onto someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Oh, man! Why you gotta do me like that, Edgeworth? Thanks. Aww. The bromance is strong. Still don't have answers for most of the riddles plaguing this case. Is slightly true. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Dunim. No. I mean Misty Faye. The impossible flight Larry claims to have seen. And what that woman is really after. That's like, I feel like the most obvious. Fucking control the family. And I think I have a good head on how the murder was set up. But there's things to prove. And I have to prove it now. So we'll solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. Whew. All right. February 10th, 10 a.m. Hello, Godot. Court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple. Okay, it's a little interesting that we switched judges too. I don't think that typically happens, but hey. Wait. Literally nobody that was here today was in the court yesterday, which is fucking weird, but okay. Sweat and bullets are ready. Your Honor. What are you... Ooh, me? The other judge is out with a cold. Got it.
Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers earlier this morning. All of a sudden, in a blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. And therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
Yep. That's funny as... I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot. It certainly does.
Oh, my poor brother. He looked a bit pale, not to mention that he couldn't be here.
Not sad that he couldn't be here. Da, 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 da. It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people feel the need to judge the past. and we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment.
Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end, anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement.
Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mine. That's one of my rules.
So then you mean, forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has had a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant?
Iris. Why didn't you discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession.
A confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. I knew it was coming up. Oh, man. My name is Iris, but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes. But first, I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Are you saying that you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Dunip?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise, carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard, where I desecrated it. You know, there is still the snowmobile. How did the snowmobile get to the woods? I know, I'm like thinking about something completely different. Well, how she carried it to Hazakura Temple. The snowmobile. The snowmobile. Who? No, this was Iris. Okay.
What?
Not so.
Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct. What? Why are you surprised by that, Phoenix? 3 minutes in court and I'm already covered in cold sweat. Huh. Everyone on this planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite? That Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. Pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Ah! Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, we knew this. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pot. Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions? Iris was covering for someone. Now I'm definitely up a creek without a paddle, or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Asakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family.
I'm sorry, but main family?
Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. Daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique. Mystic Maya Fey. Is that possible? I think that's a lie. Huh? Wake up and smell the coffee, try it. She's named Maya?
Order in the court. So not only did you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry. But it's true. Okay. Saw her commit the crime with my very own two eyes. They're trying to implicate my... Got it. Oh, yeah, I got it. Then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her. Objection! That's ridiculous. Maya could never do.
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened on the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor. Thought I was prepared for the unexpected. I never imagined the case would wind up going in this direction. I did, but way later. Well. It wasn't for Maya Fey, because they wanted to kill Maya. And Misty. Went to the inner temple that night, and I saw it all happen in the garden. The garden, okay. Saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. What? While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. That didn't really make sense.
So it was in self-defense, huh?
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first. That's why I tried my best to protect Mystic Maya. You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal. Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the inner temple that night. That the person who did go was that woman, the twin. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I'm Oppressor. I'm pretty sure she's like just completely lying about the what's it called though. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum. So, Sister Iris, your testimony has changed quite a bit since yesterday. You stated yesterday that on the night of the murder, you didn't go to the inner temple. Did she now? Too bad for you, what she said yesterday doesn't mean much today. By the way, where were you when she claimed that she didn't go? It was in the inner temple's training hall. A private conversation between the two of you does not constitute testimony. That would be properly described as hearsay. So my witness testimony is not valid.
What do you have to say, witness?
I just couldn't tell him the truth at that time. Mystic Maya, she's your girlfriend, isn't she? Hmm. I didn't want to be the one to break it to you that I saw her commit murder.
There. We all understand how difficult this is for you. Now then, let's continue with your testimony. What did you witness in the temple garden?
Well, Your Honor, I saw Mystic Elise strike with Mystic Maya with her staff. Saying that the victim attacked Maya. I mean Miss Faye. Yes, it was a truly frightening scene. Mystic Maya was struck hard on the head and looked like she was going to collapse. What were you doing at the time? Why didn't you stop them from fighting? I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright. I was frightened. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. I was in such shock.
That's perfectly understandable, my dear.
God damn it. This doesn't sound right. Don't believe this testimony for a minute.
What happened after that?
Still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike. She moved in to deliver a fatal strike. Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a weapon. Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. Really? Huh. I mean, if you're gonna lie about the testimony, why? I mean, I guess you'd lie about the weapon too, but... Dagger, huh? Actually, yeah, no. Why would you bring up information that's actually true when you're trying to lie? And at least Nim tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Faye. Yes, exactly. You look like I did after I mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire sauce. I had it the first time and I fucked it up by not committing. That's one of my rules. Do you have a problem with the testimony we're hearing from your client, lawyer boy? I have a problem with Iris. No problem. Iris is my client. You better not press her. Huh. You should try some nice, sweet cafe con leche at least once, try it.
Very well, let's continue with your testimony.
What happened to Miss Faye when she was attacked by the victim? I want to go through the rest of these first. And stole the weapon. And then, Mystic Maya, she turned things around and she used the weapon she had taken and lunged forward for a strike. Oh no. There's something strange about the garden, though, that I want to know.
Witness, are you absolutely certain?
Yes, but believe me, she had no choice. If Mystic Maya hadn't done something, Maya Faye's name would have been written on this autopsy report instead.
Yes, I see.
This is bad. I still can't put the pieces... I only have to say this. It's only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it. So you're saying Maya Faye was the one who stabbed Sister Iris? Is that really what you saw? Yes. Tisk, 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 Trey. If your mug is filled with black and bitter suspicions, the only way to get rid of them is to drink them down quick. Like this. Go, 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 go. I know you're supposed to be a metaphor, but I don't get it. There's only one thing you need to get, Trey. It's called evidence. Now hurry up, before my next cup gets cold. What does that mean, huh? Waiting for me to point out the contradiction? It certainly is. I'd like to avoid the whole spirit channeling thing if I can. Not only would it be inadmissible as evidence, but I think it might actually hurt our standing. Uh-huh. First I need to pick a natural sounding words. Yeah. Two things. Yeah. There is one thing. Your Honor. I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do?
But this witness is your own client. Yes, well, nevertheless, she's confessing. That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony. Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that.
Listen, Grants. I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me.
Oh,
Ah. Okay. Now let's continue. Dell's being very forceful. Pulled the dagger from inside her robe. She threw her staff away. Mystic Elise was trying to kill Mystic Maya. I think that's why she wanted a more lethal weapon.
it's true. It's not easy to inflict a deadly blow with a staff.
Sister Iris, let me make sure I've got this straight. The victim herself chose to throw away her staff. Yes, that's what I saw.
Is there anything odd about that, Mr. Wright?
Yeah, it's odd, alright. Mystic Elise attacked Mystic Maya with the dagger. I'm sure of it. Bring up the cane sword, cane. Immediately. Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? Miss Nim throwing her staff away makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with the staff is hit someone. No. Naturally, you wouldn't know this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. Biggs reveal. If Elise Nim really had wanted to kill Mystic Maya Faye, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Not when she already had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Yep. It's interesting that she had a sword cane thing. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say? That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I never would have thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? A long sword is unwieldy, and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she chose a dagger over her blade. Not entirely untrue. Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Faye. As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony. There is something strange about this whole testimony.
Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point.
Very well, Your Honor. The defense will now present evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, you're another piece of evidence that shows the testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Nim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Faye. This is the part where Maya's mother. Wait, this was found. It's this. Alright, fine. It's just pointing out her. Might get bitten off the next time you poke in the wrong place. Ah! Yeah, my bad. Ever attack Maya? Think about their race. I was a step ahead. Sorry. I thought I would need proof to prove that they're related, but you know. At least Nim would never have attacked Maya Fey. See, in a loving family, that's reasonable, but also it could happen. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Nim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Hey. No. Not Mystic Misty Fey.
Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to?
Misty Fey is the master of the Ku Rain channeling technique. She's also the mother, Maya Fey.
Are you serious?
What's a little family murdering? It could happen. Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Nim actually the great mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. It looks like Iris had no idea. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her own only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years. Perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation for why she would do such a thing. I don't know, maybe you haven't seen them in 17 years, so some kind of grudge?
Order in the court.
They'd have to prove it, though. That's why Godot's stun locked.
Upon first hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own. When taken together, the entire story seems difficult to believe.
Listen, there's nothing in this world that is impossible, except for one little thing.
Yes. What is this one little impossible thing?
Huh. You still don't get it. You think maybe my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. You get to your point. I heard this witness's confession this morning. Just as I had taken the first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee.
You're going to ruin your health, my friend.
Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime. And he discovered this little beauty. Alright. New evidence.
Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing?
Is it in the well? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else?
And now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it.
Where did you find that? It's also the fact that there's no blood on this. I think they were testing. They were going to test for blood. Or wiped away blood or whatever. But we'll see. I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene? Huh? The pine tree? This? The dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree. Yeah. The snow clearing, too, is weird. Does it? It moves. I think it moves. It's a secret entrance to the fucking cavern, isn't it? I was trying to think of what like this could actually represent besides Maya too, but I don't know. Maybe a map? I don't know. The dagger was stuck in the back of the pine tree when the last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. This little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree.
Which means the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim, correct?
Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard this confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my 13th cup of morning coffee. Didn't you say it was 8 just a few minutes ago? I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that the blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately.
That'll be relevant later then.
Now then. The testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I believe we can consider her testimony to be credible.
Aha! Cute girls never lie. Ever. That is a statement. That is a statement.
In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to this court.
About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with the staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elise's next attack and stole her weapon. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defense, with her back to the stone lantern. That's when Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed.
That was a very heartbreaking story.
I don't know if there were any bad feelings between them, but it had been 17 years since Mystic Missy's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore.
That seems reasonable.
Indeed it does.
Now then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
I'm oppressor. Reveal to me the truth. The battle. Bum, bum, bum. Ba-dum, bum. Then she... Oh wait, I can just press her. My bad. Stumbled briefly. Iris, where were you standing when you witnessed all of this? What do you mean? Well, if either of them had noticed you, they might not have continued their battle. I wonder if that's true. Two of them are standing near the guarded stone lantern. It's watching the whole thing from behind. It was dark where the two of them were, so... I think that's why they didn't see me.
So it was dark in the garden when the murder took place. Tell me, what did Miss Maya Fey do after she was struck?
Oh. Dodged Mystic Lisa's next attack and stole her weapon. What happened to the victim's staff, then? I'm not sure. The area was very dark, so I really couldn't see. The bonfires were lit, though. I think it got knocked away somewhere as the fight escalated.
That makes sense. That would explain the need for the dagger.
Mystic Elise raised a dagger to strike, but Mystic Maya dodged it at the last second. The dagger struck the lantern and fell to the ground. And at some point, Mystic Maya picked it up. Nothing.
What did the victim do when the weapon was stolen from her?
Went on the defense with her back to the stone lantern, saying that Maya Fey turned the tables on the victim. Yes. Huh. But Mystic Maya wasn't herself at the time. After all, life was in danger. Still can't believe it. The idea of Maya cornering someone at knife point, it's just silly. Aww. The belief in Maya. As they say, a cornered fox is more dangerous than a jackal. I believe the correct description of a cornered fox is scared and petrified. Your animal analogies have grown tiresome. You're the one that started it.
Anyway, so after Maya Fey backed the victim into the stone lantern, what happened next?
Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Are you absolutely certain that's what you saw? Yes, I'm almost certain. Almost. Ah, the garden was dark. I couldn't really tell who was who. What did she just say? So you have no proof. So in other words, it could have been someone else entirely.
Objection!
We know that Maya Fey was at the inner temple that night, and that the woman that was killed was Elise Dunim. Isn't it fairly obvious who attacked who? I mean, for all we know, it could have been Iris. I don't have anything to counter that yet.
Well then, witness, please continue with your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. The two of them faced each other for a moment. Then Mystic Maya rushed straight into Mystic Elise. That could explain how it's upside down? Like they wrote it here, with their back against the pillar? Then Mystic Elise doubled over and fell to the ground.
So she was stabbed in the stomach, huh?
Yes. Managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. Where did that dagger go? I had no idea. It was dark and I couldn't see. According to the detective who found the dagger, it was stuck into the pine tree in the garden. Whoever wrote this then, though, had to be able to stand. Right? I'm so not convinced that's just Maya, dude. But I don't know, I'm so sorry. Most likely it was flung towards the tree after the struggle.
That is the most likely explanation, yes.
Being stabbed in the stomach, did the victim collapse right away? Now that I think of it, she seemed to stare at Mystic Maya for a while. And Mystic Maya stood there, not moving an inch. Felt for a moment like time had just stopped. But then, suddenly, as if a spell had worn off, Mystic Elise fell over. Seems like a reasonable story at first, but there's one thing that is completely impossible. The very idea of Maya stabbing someone. That alone is impossible, which means... you believe in Maya. This faulty testimony must contain another contradiction in it somewhere. Courtyard. Wait, oh, no. That's not relevant right now. Done. Body fell 10 feet after death. Stab in the back. It's a stab in the back. It's a stab in the back. It's a stab in the back. Alright. Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise.
Objection!
Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Until now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. But in that case, the victim would have been stabbed in the stomach, right?
Yes, I think so.
But, according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to blood loss from a stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not from the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony.
What? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
It's simple. People are like books. We've all got a front of it and a back. You get my drift?
Not at all. Is this all you have to say?
I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind.
Objection!
You please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and the logical metaphors already. You're saying it was too dark. The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away a useful staff, the people fighting, being a mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach.
There certainly are some inconsistencies.
Well, Iris, how about it? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're just being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? Ba-da-ba. There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in coffee, but to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all the senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said?
Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself.
The witness was quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light.
Light?
Indeed. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that at nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was there for.
Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime more clearly?
Normally, yes, Your Honor. But according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible. It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been a faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all.
Most enlightening.
I think not. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. So if you couldn't see anything, you can't really testify that you saw anything. But if the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night, and that's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? No! There's bonfires right next to the damn thing. 4 of them. Order, order, order! And I would feel like if you're saying it's pitch black, then you can't really fucking say Iris saw something, right? Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe it will rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. Aha! Was not lit the night of the crime. Uh-huh. Why is it upside down? Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Was that flame too hot?
This lantern. There's something written on it.
Oh, now it's evidence.
Why? It's written in blood.
Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood. How did he not know?
It says Maya upside down.
You know what? That seems to be connecting, actually. Bikini, Iris, Bikini. That is interesting, actually. I don't know. It doesn't look like it could be an R. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. This is my biggest question about this. she must have been writing that on the stone lantern behind her. With what blood? With the blood that was draining out of her body. With what blood?
It certainly looks that way.
Ha! Hang on. Hang on just a minute. What are you talking about? He honestly didn't know.
What do you mean? What are we all talking about?
Talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern. It's as clean as a whistle. Okay. This is something with his vision where he can't see fucking... Is it because of his fucking visor? Could it be? You can't see the bloody writing at all. Which means it's not blood? Question mark? It's something that interferes with his fire. Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. So that's what he meant by that. Yep.
In any case, this is obviously an important clue. We now know that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well, Mr. Godot, anything further?
He's crashing out.
Mr. Godot!
Why can't he see the color red? And is that important that her hair color is red? Why can't he see color red, color red, color red? Or is it something special about? Okay, then. Let's move on. Well, see, he hasn't had a problem with blood before, or vision, before this case. I think it means it's not blood on the statue. Is what I'm thinking. It's some kind of paint that is like you don't see with the visor. The dough is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose.
I believe it has now been established that Miss Dunim was killed by Maya Fey.
That's just wrong. And now it's time to turn our attention to you. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Yep. Sister Iris's cover-up. Alright. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Korean tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Wait, actually, maybe it is Iris. Because before we were under the assumption that she never left, but now the assumption is she did cross to the inner thing. So putting her in the pool of potential suspects yet again, now that I think about it, dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. Then I used the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple Inn. Yep. I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looks. That second half was actually extremely factual.
So you moved the body?
Yes. I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I owe a great deal of thanks to the Fei clan. But even so, I never imagined that Elise du Nim was actually Misty Faye. I've committed a terrible sin.
A terrible trick of fate.
I believe you're looking for a twist of fate, Your Honor. Nope. A trick, like a trick lock, it's a trick fate. I intended to return to the Inner Temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes. That's why I couldn't go back.
Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination.
I'm oppressor. Yet again. Sister Iris's cover-up. Save real quick. Called out to Mystic Maya. That implies she knew it was Mystic Maya. Or, yeah. So you waited until everything was over before making a move. No, it's not like that. She saw someone murdered right in front of her eyes. It's not surprising that she was a little intimidated.
Yes, I suppose that's true.
If you're intimidated, you don't call out to the murderer.
Sometimes, when I'm watching lawyers argue back and forth with each other, I feel so helpless that I just sit quietly and wait for them to reach a conclusion.
It's in your job as a judge to mediate the argument. It wasn't until Mystic Maya saw me that it finally dawned on her what she had done. Thought it was my duty to protect the future, Master. I don't believe it was well known that she was supposed to be the future. So then you knew. See? You knew the significance of the name Maya Fey. How did she know? Yes, of course I did. That's odd. It's not a well-known. I mean, Sister Bikini didn't recognize Maya's name, let alone her position. Anyway, she was a very special person indeed. See, that's what I thought. Do I have any evidence to prove that knowing Maya Fey? Is it this, possibly? So I removed the body from the inner temple by myself. Aha! Why did you do that? Because I didn't want Mystic Maya to be suspected in any way. I thought the best thing would be to remove the body from the crime scene.
You moved her body all by yourself?
Without even asking. Yes, I did. It would have been impossible if it wasn't for the snow. The snow, huh? I dragged it behind me all the way across Dusky Bridge. This is the biggest implausibility. It's pretty amazing that you could make it all the way across. That's a rickety old bridge. It looks worse than it is. It's surprisingly sturdy despite its age. It's like they say, idiots are too stupid to catch even a simple cold. But thank you, Godot, you just called me smart. But there's one thing that bothers me. Why not just throw the body into Eagle River? This is very true. It would have been much easier than dragging it all the way to Hazakura Temple. I thought that it would still cast too much suspicion on Mystic Maya. That's why I tried to take the body as far away as possible. Ha! Makes perfect sense to me. For the time being. Anyway, what did you do after you crossed the bridge? Then I used a snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple. And the snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Hey, I also thought so. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bird. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Yes. We'll go. Let me hear more about this snowmobile ride. Well, it was very cold that night, so it rode it all the way to the foot of the branch.
Objection!
I'm sorry, witness, but now I've got a problem with your testimony. Excuse me? Godot, what are you up to now? That night, after the head nun left the remainder of the training to you, she said she walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple. It's also important. She had to be there to ring the bell, because that was part of the crime. This was, what time was it? Fuck, I don't remember. This is the latter half. Where's the weather report? That's what I need. Okay. Yeah. She could have made it on foot. Walked from the inner temple back to Hazakura Temple.
Yes, I'm fairly certain that's what the record indicates.
Let's recall her comments on the subject. Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there, by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. Uh-huh. Okay. The snowmobile was in front of the main gate. This is one of those contradictions, wouldn't you say? Uh-huh. Yes, but it was still snowing.
Order! Mr. Godot! Why are you pointing out contradictions in the witness's testimony?
Let's just say I like things to be neat and tidy, okay? Well, maybe. Sister Bikini missed it. Yes, maybe she didn't see it. You think she missed it? That doesn't sound right. Huh, whatever. Even I don't think this is decisive enough to warrant any more time or effort. It's just a thief. Oh, I mean, you'd better be careful in your testimony. That's all I wanted to say. A smart little cookie like you shouldn't have any trouble understanding that. Yes, sir. What's that all about? He's covering for her. Why would Godot want to give me a hint?
Very well then, let's continue with the testimony. So you transported the body by snowmobile, all the way to Hazakura Temple Courtyard.
Yes. I thought that way, Mystic Maya would never be suspected. That's what I thought anyway. And then I used the Shishishito to alter the way the wound looked. Is that what you were doing when Sister Bikini saw you? Yes, that's right. She probably thought the worst. Probably. More like definitely.
I see. So Sister Bikini mistakenly thought you were the one that murdered Miss Dunim.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It's my fault that this case has gotten so confusing. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. Let's go back to this and talk about the other half of it. About the tracks. If you really did move her body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right?
Well, yes.
Naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. This was proven yesterday, though. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple.
I see. Snow was still falling, huh?
And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there are such fresh-looking tracks.
How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony?
It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony.
But does it have something to do with the case?
All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. Let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. There have been a lot of contradictions in your testimony so far. This time, are you sure it's all true? Yes, I am. When the murder happened, the snow had already stopped. According to you, that's why the snowmobile tracks were so clear. That's right. I'm certain of it. Think I've trapped her this time. I see how you think. Snow, huh?
What is going on here?
The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. Didn't mean there's a bigger hole in her story than the movie, The Grid Revelations. Huh. Well then, Mr. Tribe, perhaps you'd like to share your theory with us. Something about the murder scene it would make sense. Let's see what's up your sleeve. Or rather, at the end of your index finger. I don't want to believe it, but I don't think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. But why would she want to do that? There's only one reason I can think of. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Had to be before, right? Why is it important that the snow had already stopped? Why is it... I was thinking... the bridge on fire, right? Might be the weather report here. Let me save. The snow had already stopped, which means the bridge was well into burning.
Objection!
Nope. The murder took place, the snow had already stopped. Can we press her again on this? Uh-huh. Use a shishio. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. It showed a picture of what's it called too, right? Let me press her again real quick. According to you, that's why the snow was so clear. That's right, I'm certain of it. Snow, huh? The snow really had stopped by the time of the murder. I mean, there's a bigger hole in her story than that movie, The Great Revelations. Uh-huh. Pin the murder on Maya. It's definitely the snow. She could see. She could see. It was pitch black. You can tell. You can feel if it was snowing or not. I feel like.
Objection!
Fuck. Statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. Please listen to me. AO money. We're getting there. Final, this should be it for the trilogy. I'm a little stumped right now. Snow had already stopped. I think maybe it might be the time thing then. I'm gonna just try the time thing. Nope. Okay. I'm sorry, but I can clearly see nothing faulty. Maybe the snowmobile? Where's the snowmobile photo? This. Huh. Why is the snow already stopping being important? I think it's because the time, but how do I say it? Snow had already stopped. It's that, or it's like it wasn't light enough to see. Why would it be this photo, though? Yeah, no. Huh. So when you press, it's a... what's it called? They were talking about the garden. If the snow had really stopped by the time of the murder... I mean, there's a bigger hole in her story. Yeah. Huh. I think, oh wait, it is the time. It's gotta be the bridge. The bridge should have been on fire by that time. Then. Because the snow stopped 10:50 and the bridge was on fire at 10:45. This? There we go. Okay. I was in the right spot. I just didn't know how to say it. You claim that the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. Well, what? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. I was thinking along the lines that it could have been like cleaning up the around the pillar, but we're not there yet. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50 p.m. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and had caught on fire. What did he say? The bridge? How do you not know the bridge was on fire?
You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? It was because of that lightning strike that the bridge burned down.
This is also proving that she never crossed the bridge. But it can't be. It looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to deceive or conceal the truth, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Hey, no!
Order, order.
The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right. The inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. He is saying the right stuff. He's not thinking about it correctly yet, I don't think, though.
A witness. Even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself?
The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Trite. Oh, goddamn. Old man. Yeah, that makes sense.
Me? How dare you?
Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? The truth is she never crossed the bridge.
Yes, of course, but
Whether it was snowing or not snowing, or whether the bridge was burning or not. There are two facts that can't be disputed. First, the body of Elise Dunim was discovered in Hazakura Temple Courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Dunim's body. She has to be Hazakura Temple side. He makes a good point on both accounts. So now we're gonna have to figure out how Elise is. That's right. I'm not lying.
what are you claiming this time?
I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You've stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of that night is hazy?
Objection!
It sure is. It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, maybe you can explain this to the court. What is it? When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. But somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. I knew it. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick. How did Elise Dunim fly? Well, not exactly, no. I know there must be some other way she got across that burnout bridge, but unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. She flew.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation.
You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
All right, then. Witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You've admitted that you moved the victim's body, Nevertheless, your prior testimony contains a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be her final testimony? All right. Moving the body. Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? Are you saying that there is a way to cross a burning bridge? There's a way for a corpse to cross a burning bridge.
So it was just a misunderstanding. I see.
This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident. Yep. Thank you, Trite.
It certainly was burned to a crisp. And one of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing the whole bridge didn't fall.
Indeed, indeed.
Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across the bridge in this condition.
In the morning after the crime. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder. Right. I'm only going to say it one more time. It is only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways. The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes.
All right, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination.
Other than walking, I'm a presser. Yes, but if the snow had already stopped when the incident took place, I couldn't have crossed the bridge, naturally. Ah, you admit it. But I think it's just like Mr. Godot said. The body did make it across somehow. Somehow? That means you didn't move the body, then. So I must have gotten confused, I guess. But you seemed to be quite sure of yourself when you gave your testimony. You said you were sure the snow had already stopped. I'm terribly sorry. I was wrong. It's hard to admit you're wrong. Good for her. She really think an apology is going to get her off the hook. Off the hook in my book. Is the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does it really matter that much? This is no joke. We're talking about murder. And you've given sworn testimony in a court of law. Well, Mr. Wright, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what the weather was like 1 week ago today? Huh? Well, naturally it was, okay, fair point. See? It's not that easy to remember, is it? But if it had been some kind of special day, I would have remembered. For example, it was pouring rain on the day of my elementary school graduation. Uh-huh. No one wants to hear about your childhood traumas, Trite. What? By the time of the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. If you insist on obsessing over that one statement, let's see the proof. Show some evidence that the body somehow crossed the bridge while it was on fire. Are you just saying there's a way to cross a burning bridge? Well, I don't see why there couldn't be a way across. Mr. Wright, don't you think that sounds a bit silly? Dead body crossing a burning bridge. Did anyone actually witness such a thing? Ha! If there was, I don't think you'd call someone like that a witness. call him Larry, or Larice. After all, a dream isn't the same as actually seeing something. Come all this way, so I owe it to everyone to figure this out. But how do you transport a body across a burning bridge? Even if I don't know the exact answer yet, it's okay. I'll start by examining all of my evidence. I've got to be like a shark. If I don't keep moving, I'm as good as dead. Yes, yes. There's a way, Phoenix. There's a way. And our good friend Larry,
Objection!
coming in clutch. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility.
What?
Ha! You're saying it's possible. Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. Whoa! Preposterous! It's been a while since Godot's had a spit take.
Who is it? Who is this witness?
I can't chicken out here. I gotta keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Dunim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Larice Dunim.
Brilliant.
Highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony? That night he was at the Mountain Shack Heavenly Hall, and that's when he witnessed the event. I think you've all seen this sketch before. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today's not April Fool's Day, is it?
The one thing here is that he clearly stated it was a white hood, and, well, Elise does not wear white. Maybe reflected? I don't know.
Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this...
Sorry about that. Had to sneeze.
And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looked like he's about to blow a gasket. Ah. Well, Trite, there's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything? Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it. Listen, I know your tricks. You're trying to turn this whole thing upside down. Uh-huh. If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch? Ah, upside down. Yeah. It is upside down. It is upside down. Fuck. Alright. Well, we have a picture of the bridge too. The supporting beams are on the lower side, which, yep, it is upside down. Why are you helping us, Godot? Alright then. Let's hear the defense's theory. Oh wait.
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory.
What exactly is this sketch trying to show? I don't think old Whisker Face is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, let's look carefully and think it over. The sketch drawn by Larice Dunim is... I think exactly what happened, but it is upside down. So it might... It's... why can't you just say upside down, bro? Fuck. Well, we'll go with complete contradiction. Something is obviously funny about this sketch.
I'm no art critic, but even I can see that.
No, that's not what I meant, Your Honor. Oh, the music kicks in. Larice Nim stated it over and over, that this sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality? Huh. This is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to the finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Trite. So what exactly? It's upside down, but this flying figure, naturally. After all, people haven't learned to fly yet. Or did I miss something? Mr. Wright, answer just now. It was lethal. Aw. Okay, fine. I know how to say, I just don't know how to say. It's the bridge. Point to something else. The bridge. Are these guys? It's this wire connected to the bridge.
The wire?
Ha! Is that the thing that contradicts reality? Exactly, there you go. It is indeed. Then show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us something that will point out how the sketch contradicts reality. Thank you for the photo, Godot.
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct?
Yes, now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge,
Jumping Jehoshaphat!
the wires are below the guard wires. What?
Order! This sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely that the artist just saw it wrong?
Or perhaps he drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. With someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember when Larice was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited, and finally he laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now ponder what sort of position Larice might have been in at that time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did.
He was lying on his back. I can't see how it relates.
But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why the wires in the sketch go up instead of down.
Ah!
No way. Godot providing the exact hint we need. Larice Nim witnessed the event while he was lying on his back, face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was actually upside down. Yep, there you go. Larice coming in clutch with the save.
So then, this sketch should actually be...
I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Nim's sketch is like this. There we go. This is how it should actually look. That's a pretty fun twist to it. I think it was kind of obvious, though, that the body crossed the bridge. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below. That's right. Just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. Order. Of all the things to say, a pendulum. Interesting, but the bridge was burning to a crisp. There was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decided to take a gamble. They used the burning bridge to get the body across to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done.
Objection!
Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yeah, that sounds right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you have to plan ahead.
Objection!
No, you don't. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. Yep. This is kind of the obvious part of the case.
In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation to support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum?
I think it might be the picture of the, what's it called? Nothing else relates to the bridge. From... This is just the tracks bridge. It's gotta be this. The Dusky Bridge photo.
And the meaning of this is...
If you want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your glorious beard.
Ah! This is one of those... the wires from the bridge.
Yep. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension's wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Dunim's body. Yep. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Glug, 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 glug. Godot's taking massive hits.
Mr. Godot! It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose that it's not an impossibility after all.
Huh. Possible or impossible? That's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Right. I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? And that I do, my friend. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, you can see it's the one that was in front of the inner temple.
So then, that was the spot where the criminal...
Yes, precisely. Now let us consider the body's movements by looking at the overhead map again. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point.
Did you say drop?
Well, they must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that happened? Because I had evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. What kind of evidence? Take a look at this autopsy report. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death.
10 feet. Oh,
That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body swung over due to the forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. That's... Yes, this bloodstained amethyst crystal. This is the one that came off Miss Elise Dunim's staff. And even more important is the place where this crystal sphere was found.
indeed. I believe it's already marked on this overhead map.
Crystal was found?
The crystal was found. Ah!
Precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. Ah. Mystery solved.
This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. It provided us with a way the body could have moved that night.
What was that sound effect?
An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive.
I thought this cold coffee might help you cool down. That's what the sound effect was.
Oh, what in the meaning of this, Mr. Godot?
Never got to see Edgeworth take a cup of coffee to that face. Sadness. That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing.
Oh, and what would that be?
The aroma. A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. I was gonna say, I was talking about Iris. How did Iris? The rest of the court doesn't speak Coffinese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it.
An accomplice?
The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Ha.
Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do.
Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice.
Very well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person who received the body on the Hazakura Temple side?
It's Iris. It can only be you, Sister Iris. But I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snow. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it. Correct. Were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
She's lying. I haven't forgotten, but have you, Mr. Godot? This witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim.
Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time.
Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using this sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I have established how the body was moved using the burnout bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred, something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How could you say that, Mr. Wright?
What? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris of Hazakura Temple. Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. I know why I've been sick to my stomach this whole time. Okay, that's fair. I mean, we knew about the twins. Why her whole demeanor changed so suddenly from yesterday. Did that happen? And why she's trying to pin this murder on mine. The woman that's standing there, the witness stand. Her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Iris does have powers? I never thought I'd have to utter your name again. Uh-huh. Okay. Let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hey!
Hawthorne?
Sister Iris had a twin sister. And you're looking at her. Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
That name rings some bells. Distant bells, but bells nonetheless.
It's just your imagination, Grants. This file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. She's dead. Okay, now we're getting into the Ku-Rain channeling stuff.
Oh yes, I remember now. That case. 5 years ago.
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence. And the honor is all mine.
No, the honor is mine. But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. Says her execution was carried out last month.
So what? Alright. Death has no meaning in this courtroom. I mean...
What?
You're not wrong, but also... He doesn't understand.
Order, order!
Wait a moment. How can you say... My sister, she's already dead. What kind of...
Objection!
You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master, the Ku-Rain channeling technique flows within your body. Within that body.
The Ku-Rain channeling technique? Now where have I heard that?
That's right. And that's not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. Yep. Unfortunately so. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was. Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence like that just happened.
Objection!
But it's not a coincidence. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was part of a plan from the very beginning. It's all written here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be chained. That night, there were two irises at Hazakura Temple. Two of them. Even at the time of the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell. In other words, 10 p.m. That was a plan, but things didn't go perfectly. However, Iris was seen before dinner time.
That means that the Iris that was at dinner was the real Iris.
And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely, one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Trite? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business? Yes, it's true that you found plans that talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? I mean, she was lying. Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. See, there was no way to cross over, bro. It was later that the body was moved by pendulum. We know, that's right. Naturally, that would mean that the Iris that received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yep. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. There they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose. Can't deny any of that. Phew, thank goodness. I'm not in a coma. Looks like he's finally convinced. Aw. But something still seems off. Way off. Still not convinced that Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose that's about... You're about to say something really ridiculous. Ba-da-da-ba. Hit me with it. Like the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia. Somehow switched places?
Switched places?
Ah, fuck, dude. No. Does that mean that's Maya? The witness stand is Maya, maybe, then? Possibly. Fuck. Alright, well... Okay. That opens up stuff.
To be perfectly honest, there are still quite a...
Yeah, I don't know. Channeling bullshit is channeling bullshit, so, you know. Maybe.
There's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial.
Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, Which means they must have switched places somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne?
Not a chance. Wait. I need to read the first line again. I think it's not a chance, though. Not a chance. Not while under arrest. I love and become a hermit. Okay.
There's no opportunity for them to switch places.
I give it. Okay. I should have read that line carefully. Sorry. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance.
Oh, explain yourself.
Unknown. What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move free. There was, okay. There was indeed. It was the time when the locks appeared. Well, I might be right, but, well.
Well, who was it? Who would give a murder suspect time to move about freely like that?
I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. It wasn't your fault. Oh god. It was either Franziska. Oh wait, or no, it was Edgeworth because of the earthquake. That's what it was. Yep.
This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it?
Your Honor. There was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not?
An earthquake?
Earthquake? Oh my goodness. The inner temple. This kind of tremor might. Yep. How could I have? Oh, she fled. She escaped. That was not his voice, but oh well. We went to the inner temple right away. Yep. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places by that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne.
That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would consider the idea of spirit...
Be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge.
That voice!
Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne. In my current profession, permanently retired. Need to tone it up a little bit. So you're not going to bother hiding your identity anymore, huh? Why should I? After all, I'm dead. Oh. That's a unique sprite. A cocky-ass sprite. There's really nothing you can do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. Never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself. To save Maya. To be continued. Well, there's possibilities. There's possibilities. Get those still involved in this somehow. Well, we continue. Damn. Wait. They needed 3 hours for the court analysis on the whatchamacallit? This guy, I think, or something else, but that should be coming up now.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness.
Yes. How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that if we're to learn the truth, we'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But when you've seen what I have, sometimes the truth is better left unknown. Ah, hockey.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The plan. Yep. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea was for me to kill Maya and have her, and then have the blame pinned on Iris. Me to kill Maya and have the blame pinned on Iris. Why place the blame on Iris, though? That makes no sense. And the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. Uh-huh.
So that means you really are.
Wait a minute. Did you just say the plan was to kill the Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that. Don't give us that nonsense. Watch yourself, Trilogy. If you've got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya, could it be true? Ah. The whole plan began with my death. This is relatively true. You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year. She was transferred to the same detention center as me, since I was on death row, and she was my mother. It was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see. So that's when you discussed the plan.
Huh, are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Kurain. She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor which she lost when her younger sister Misty took her place as the master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan. A plan?
A plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. Uh-huh. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes. Though at first, she had high hopes for the two of us. You and your twin sister, Iris. And that's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had much spiritual power. Uh-huh. That's why we were abandoned by her, along with our father.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her at an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
Huh, how horrible.
Yep. The really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. I think the father. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. The father is also suspect in this story, though, too. As she has not brought up yet. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. But she did. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. The only thing she cared about was the position of master. That's all. Very factual? That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter. And naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? You're crazy as fuck. The idea was for me to kill Maya and then have her the blame. This is the interesting part here. You were going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel me. Then, I would have simply used her body and finish the job. In any case, I am already dead. There's nothing any of you can do to me. So the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, on Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one can tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think it was Iris that had done it. Why would Iris agree to that, then? And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed she was going to return to the Hazakura Temple that night. But she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway.
But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place?
Yeah.
She's your twin sister, isn't she?
Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? Huh. Backstabber. You mean... You just don't understand. Never will. Anyway. A backstabber, a backstabber, a backstabber. Plan went wrong. Seems to have but it seems to have succeeded anyway. You think the plan was a success? To kill Maya Fey? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped. Maya Fey is dead. Now the title of master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection!
Not quite yet. That's absurd. Maya's just... She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. There's a possibility that she's dead. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you? My darling Feeny. Aww. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fay's plan? Huh. I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan, and yet you committed it. had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. She committed it because she had her own plan. Yes, was certainly nothing to be proud of. That's how you feel. Why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, but being the kind and gentle soul that you are, you may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I only act in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. I definitely believe for herself. Own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead. Yes. Oh, you understand why I would kill Maya Fey now. What my goal was.
Hold it!
Huh. Obviously, it's because you were helping Morgan Fey. Help? Don't make me laugh. From the day I was born to the day I died, I never helped anyone. I lived for myself, and in the end, I died for myself. I thought that was obvious. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. Just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. That's why it was a success. All I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only way I could think of it to get revenge. Revenge. Revenge for what? She would have a grudge against... Well... Revenge for what? So are they gonna answer? Looks like I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. I can't believe it. She meant to kill mine. Gotta keep a cool head. I need to get more information out of it. It's the only way to understand this plan, and what she was after as well. Revenge for what? Something about the Fey family. Revenge for the Fey family. I need to present here, though. Lantern from the Inner Temple Garden was not lit. I don't know what I need to present yet. Let me repress her. Yeah, not helping her. So she wasn't actually cooperating with Morgan. She was just using Morgan and her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. That was the only way I could think of to get revenge. Revenge against me? It would make sense she'd want to kill Maya Fey for revenge against me. She meant to kill Maya. I've got to keep a cool head. What she was after as well. What my goal was. Could be this, too. I don't think she cared about the master, though. My goal was... Let me try Maya, but I don't know if that's right. I don't think it's definitely not right. Okay. Why I would kill Maya Fey? What my goal was. Stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fey to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fey would first have to die. Succeeded anyway. But Elise is the one that died here. No. Huh. I don't know exactly the answer I'm looking for here. You understand why I would kill Maya Fey now, what my goal was. Revenge on her? No. Why? She'd want revenge on Phoenix. I'm not an option, though. Godot? It could be. Not yet, though, yeah. That makes sense. Said piece of evidence. It's not the master yet. Uh-huh. What my goal was. This? No? Can't believe it. She meant to kill mine. I've got to keep a play. Okay. But pressing her doesn't do anything. Or well. You understand why kill Maya now. Obviously not helping. Not for herself. She's just using Morgan in her plan so she could accomplish her own goal. What I wanted to do was kill Maya Fey. That was the only reason I could think of to get revenge. So killing Maya Fey is the revenge. Revenge on who, though? That piece of evidence. That piece of evidence. That piece of evidence. In revenge.
Objection!
No? Okay. That piece of evidence in revenge. I was thinking it's gotta be I was thinking Elise, or well Misty Faye, but revenge. Or maybe it's the letter? Bravely roast the master in the fire of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition. There's revenge. Maybe it is a letter. Oh. So revenge against the master, but that's for Morgan. Obviously, now it's not it. Okay. The idea was to kill Maya. Maybe that's it, the letter. This is a contradiction?
Objection!
No. Ah. Hmm. Revenge against who, then? Iris?
Objection!
No. Huh. Maybe. Let me think about it a little bit more, though. What my goal was. So, my thinking is, it's either... Well, I tried all the revenge targets, I think, so I don't think it's that anymore, but... And then it says this, I have no choice but to present that piece of evidence. Can't believe it, she meant to kill Maya. Could be the pillar then, maybe, but... Alright. You can probably give me a hint then, Astro. But... don't know the exact reasoning behind this one. Tried that. It's probably... it might be earlier in the statement, though. I was also thinking how, like, the plan went wrong, but it succeeded. I was thinking... definitely I knew it. Okay. Could be pearls. I mean, I could just try everybody at this point. Or even her own mother.
Objection!
But, nope. It's gotta be Phoenix. I mean, she'd want revenge on Phoenix, cause... No, it's Mia. There we go.
Objection!
Because of the previous case. Got it. I thought about... whatever. I thought about the case with Phoenix, but she already despised Phoenix, and then, yeah, okay. Got it. Your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself. Thank you. As I said, none of you had the power to punish me anyway, because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge against them either. Uh-huh. You wanted to take revenge on someone. And, why? So, relating to the case, that case was the Terry dude died, though, since she got away with it. She didn't get the money, though, I guess, right? So, there's that reason. So she wanted to hurt her father? Which I think is Godot, which could be it. I don't know. We'll just see what she says. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to death because of that woman. God, okay, I'm an idiot. I somehow knew this was it. She was the fucking lawyer for her cases. No wonder. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized the revenge was impossible, I gave up. And that is the reason it was impossible. Was it perhaps because Mia Fey was already dead? Yep. Yes, I realize there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. Yep. Man, I put Phoenix as the lawyer, and she'd want to get revenge against Phoenix, but well, that's my fault.
And how do you do that?
Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That would be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plan. Everything makes sense currently. Just for that, and for that you would kill Maya. That is what a narcissist does. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. Yeah, that's why she helped.
As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, and heartless.
Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you. There's not a thing you can do to me. Unfortunately, that night, at about 9:30 p.m., I materialized. 9:30? That was early. 9:30's early. Where's she at? 9:30 and... Oh, man. 9:30 and she's at Hazakura Temple. Put on a demon warding hood. Uh-huh. Then I picked up the staff. Okay. So the Misty Faye. It's gotta be Misty Faye. That was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. Oh. Well, the game tells you that. So it was at least Nim who channeled her after. That ridiculous had none, never noticed a thing. Wahahaha. She left Maya Fey at the inner temple and wobbled back, clutching her poor old back. Uh-huh.
What did you do then?
That kid was easier to handle than I had hoped. I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Then, I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom and stabbed her. So then, you're saying you stabbed Maya? Uh-huh. Okay. So, she was lying in her previous testimony, and it's, what's it called? A reversed order. That means Maya's stabbed, though, which is really, really bad. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that.
What does that mean? No clear memory.
I don't know. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. The last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me. I'm sure of it.
Objection!
Huh. Okay, who got stabbed? That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Aw. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness. But before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I'd hoped it would cast suspicion on her. Can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops.
It stops.
I don't have any memory of actually killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern, surrounded by darkness.
You were in the sacred cavern.
The entrance was sealed with one of those trick locks. Somehow I had been trapped in there. But how did you wind up in there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Maya Fey was dead, and I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. That is potentially a massive problem if it's who if the person currently channeling her is who I think it is. Maya. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't get out. The trick lock stopped you. Oh, the trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it.
So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside the sacred cavern?
Yes. I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible, but it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted while I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training hall.
What? Who?
Pearl. Could it have been Maya? No, you oaf. I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself at the back of the sacred cavern. Uh-huh. That morning, only 2 people could have gone into the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Yep. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? The flies had already started to gather. Uh-huh. The bridge has been fixed and the police started their investigation, correct? Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I had hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. After that big earthquake, she showed up, all by herself. The real Iris. She said she'd come to make sure the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. Alright. I locked her away in my place. Nope. I'd finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan succeeded? It misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me had assumed that it was Pearl Fey.
Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written in the instructions.
But I was wrong. The person that had actually called my spirit back was Misty Fey, the picture book author.
What?
Has already been confirmed. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying in there. Uh-huh. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. Maya's the murderer.
And that is...
matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way! I don't know if it's true yet, but my suspicions from yesterday have been kind of on point.
Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this?
It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Missy Fey's life was none other than your darling little Maya.
Objection!
Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, and that much is obvious. What if Elise stabbed herself? So I think I am correct in that Dahlia, Maya's possessed by Dahlia currently, speaking right now. The time frame in when she lost consciousness or whatever, and of getting stabbed, that's the important part. I wonder. In that case, there's only one place she could be.
Where?
I have to spell it out. The bottom of Eagle River. Where else?
Eagle River.
Oh. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? That's why she threw herself into the Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up in there are lost forever. I mean, Phoenix Wright survived, so Maya would survive too. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Ha ha ha, crying for Maya. Is that his phone? That's Godot's phone, right? It is! Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? It's not Phoenix Wright's phone. Beep. The dagger evidence. Godot here. Okay. Thanks. Well, this is going to clear up the time frame, or the thing that happened during the stabbing.
Was it something important?
They just finished removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? Oh. There was a woman in the cave.
Was it Maya Fey?
It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern. No, it can't. I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No! I wish I could believe that. I think I was a little too clever, though. But we'll see.
It seems
If she's actually dead, then damn. But
this case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Elise Dunim, also known as Misty Fey, was her own daughter, Maya Fey.
this is why I think it's potential that Elise Dunim killed herself, because you don't get a happy conclusion if this is the actual outcome of it, even if Maya survives. So There's something there.
Overcome with guilt for what she has done, Maya Fey jumped to her death into the raging waters of the Eagle River.
It can't be. Ah. Good dough. You can present this time. Right. Have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth, no matter how improbable it may seem.
Well, what is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot?
So suspicious as fuck of him, too. According to this witness, Maya Fey threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Thank you, Godot. Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from... There's a fucking... a bank, or whatever. A cliff bank. I mean, I didn't believe this anyway. There's a massive cliff bank, so it's impossible. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. Look at Godot saving the day. Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into the Eagle River. Which means she's somewhere.
Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Fey threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim?
Refutes? Oh, wait. Yes. It's impossible to jump into the river from the inner temple side. No one knows that better than this witness. Because she also had to jump into the river. What did he say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Just take a look at this overhead map. Boom, boom, boom. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf.
Oh, you're right.
She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped up from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we would be able to see her body in this photo. So you finally figured it out. No!
Order!
You're just playing with me. Maya Fey's body is at the bottom of the Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago, Maya Fey wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct. That eliminates all the most likely possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there's still one other place she could be.
What? What is this one possibility you're talking about?
That's obviously a bluff. So where is her dead body then? I don't know about revealing that information. I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead. But I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. I tell you, Miss Hawthorne. In this very courtroom, we will save though, because that is a massive hit. in this very courtroom. There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right in this very courtroom. Oh, what? Maya Fey is here.
You say she's here in my courtroom.
Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see. So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. What do you mean? Tell me something. This very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fey, that pathetic little sniveling runt. Huh. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I've never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it's happened. Isn't there any explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? It could have happened if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone called me before Pearl did. But who? I don't know if you want to reveal this, Phoenix. Pearl's even tried again on the day of the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that be? I think the truth is becoming clearer to you right about now. Am I correct? Ah. It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fey is gone. There's only one possibility left.
Come on already, I can't stand the tension.
Dahlia Hawthorne. The person channeling you right now must be Maya Fey. What? Man. Godot being too helpful. Switch places? Fucking Godot. Being too helpful.
But how could that be?
Remember what this
witness, Dahlia Hawthorne, said about her goal.
She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fey. And it still is. Which means there might be a suicide attempt.
Yes, that's right.
But if Maya channeled
the spirit of someone else that was trying to kill her.
Well, Gramps, what would happen?
Could it be?
It looks like you finally understood, Your Honor. Oh, well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from you. Ah, that's kind of smart. To protect herself from me. Yes, on the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fey. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So then the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? You mean, that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you had been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you. That Maya's hiding place was you. No, don't say that. Damn. That's a sprite too. Now she's pissed. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp. Maya Fey killed herself, isn't it obvious?
Objection!
Well, sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who's never been out in the real world. She could never have come up with a plan like that. Who could have ever given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Mia! And Pearl's is there too. Mia Fey. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hell yeah, Queen. So it's true. It was you. Yes. Huh. You're something else. But what? What are you doing here? That hair. It's Pearl's, right? Hell yeah. Tell me something, Dahlia. Oh, I want you to think back to that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple Gardens. And then, in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. This is a key moment. I was stabbed by Maya Fey. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the same time as you. She did. Okay. That makes sense.
Not terribly surprising since she was about to be killed.
Uh-huh. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided she needed help, so she channeled me. Okay. She explained in a memo the situation she was in. She asked me what I thought she should do. Aha. Pretty smart. She did what? She did that. I can't believe it. Of course. I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear.
And that was...
I knew you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until her help arrived. So it was Maya who put that lock on there.
Oh, yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things?
Okay. Who set up the body for the murder then? Huh. If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. Yes, by one Pearl Fey. Pearls. Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan, so all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fey's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fey to kill Maya at all costs.
Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along.
How dare you? I won't forgive this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? The little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yeah, until she learns that it's about it. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes. Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. Yep. A fake kidnapping, your first crime. Yep. I've been through these recently. Got your hands on $2 million diamond, but actually, that might be important. After Terry Falles escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth. That wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and the weakening of a policewoman. And then 1 year later, you tried to kill me. Well, I'm still alive, but... You wound up killing someone else. Yep. you were sentenced to death. Hey, calling the lines before they're even read. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You, wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey. You Spencer. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten that spiky-haired jerk a guilty verdict, I would have been hanged to death. True. But I think you finally understand, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, or somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Damn, that's cold. She's pissed. All eternity getting beaten by Mia Fey. Insane. I remember what you said earlier in this trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. That's very true, Dahlia. And that's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne, a miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. And for you, there is no escape from that, no hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, the narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. Damn. You're wrong. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? I can't do. My voice is all over the place for this now, but okay. It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is Maya Fey. Let's come out of Maya's body right now. Damn, all the vowels. Whoa. Shit. We're actually fighting our ghosts. Okay. I'm not ready. Not ready to go. Damn. This is where Godot makes his move, isn't it? Magatamad. I don't think it's over yet, unfortunately. We got Maya back, though. There she is. Damn. You don't usually see her without her without her top knot, but she's safe. At least she didn't try to kill herself. I was thinking that was gonna happen, but
Now then, I assume you are the real Iris?
yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern.
I must say you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne?
If you ask me, Your Honor, it looks like she went back to hell she came from.
It seems that Misty Fey wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Fey, as well as the young Pearl Fey, were also victims of this wicked and selfish plan.
Yes, Your Honor.
The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems.
Medium Valley. You ever heard it was Medium Valley before? Maybe.
It would be best for everyone if no further attempts was made to channel that spirit again.
Tell Pearl, tell Pearls about this. I was like, she's right here, but no, Mia's right here.
Yes, what is it?
About this whole spirit medium thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now.
He goes with the flow. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard enough.
Oh. Well, I hope you enjoyed the tea, because I just slashed you.
That's why I made a concerted effort to study up on the Kurain channeling technique.
Hey, isn't that the New Year's issue on Occult?
I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in all that time, I've finally learned this one thing. Each case is different and takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ.
Never thought of it that way.
At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
This is really it? Thank you, Godot. Thank you. I was like, there's no way. Here we go. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor.
What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot?
This trial isn't over yet. That's what he means. What's right? Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony? I caught up with her in front of the stone lantern. Oh. Then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom man. Uh-huh. Somebody was still murdered. It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed. There is a third. From behind.
Yes, that's right.
The person that was ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled. He was there. He was missing. Fuck. He was missing yesterday because it was Edgeworth and Franziska. Which means he was there. Well. Okay, Godot. That ultimately killed was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. Least to him. No. Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it. This isn't over yet. I hope you enjoy your last cup of coffee. Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused is still on trial. I mean, the case isn't over, so that's fair. But, like, you can be proven innocent, I feel like. Even without who the murderer actually is. We can't let her walk until there is evidence that proves her innocence. No way.
But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
Is it gonna go to day 3? It makes sense, but the prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness?
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed.
Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor? Of course it's alright, Madame Attorney.
Very well, then. Who is this final witness?
Isn't it obvious? There's one person who saw the whole event and will put the final dagger in this case. Misty Faye?
Someone who saw the murder take place.
The very person who saw... Oh. Maya! Okay, her mother killed in front of her own eyes. I thought they could channel Misty Faye, but you know. You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify after what she's been through. We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand. Alright. Interesting that he wants to be outed.
Very well, but first we'll take a brief recess. We'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before summoning her. Once we receive the doctor's permission, we will proceed with the trial.
Hey, Troy. I've got something to say to you, so listen up. What is it? I don't think much of you as a lawyer. It's always the same with you. You somehow manage to just squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you. What's wrong with that, man? You've got some nerve. But that's not going to happen this time. This time, you're going to have to do this by yourself.
That's enough. This court is now in recess.
By ourselves, huh? I don't know about that. February 10th, 3. It's been a long day in court. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to save me. Or save something. Ooh, yeah. To defend me. But I was missing all day, and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they had already switched places, and Iris was inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root for you. Well, it wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you. Why did you help your sister out as much as you did? It's very true. If you had tried to help at the sacred cavern yesterday, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister. I felt sorry for her. It's kind of understandable, but also, when you're a murderer, you know... Debatable. He was abandoned by her mother, and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but the same for you, too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini, who was like a mother to me. You're too kind, Iris. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. How kind do you have to be to, like... How kind are you if you assist in murdering somebody? I guess. I always loved her. And Dahlia was always so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. But that's why I promised her that I would help her. I'm talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago. Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. Oh, okay. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. Because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... I don't remember exactly. That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. things didn't end there, of course. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people, you must mean. Yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. Mhm. Poisoning. Yep. Okay. It's getting too close to learning the truth. That is true. That's where it. Man, I should have looked it up. I had my suspicions that it was from the first case, but I couldn't remember. So Godot is from the first case, and then he was poisoned, which is why his eyesight's shit. And he didn't die. Or, well, he did die. Okay. Maybe the case is over then. Wait, no, not yet, but... Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris. There's one more thing I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim. This was the unannounced hair bit. Was it really you? It couldn't have been. Oh. Okay. Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out bell, I went back to my room. At around... Okay. There's a problem. Come to the inner temple right away. What time did she say? But it was already... That is the problem. Path to the inner temple was cut off, right? Exactly. Oh man. It's really fucking loud. Can't just leave the body here. So you've got to do this exactly as I say. Got it? She did assist from the Hazakura temple side. Somebody else. It was me. I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed too much. The staff that Mystic Elise always held. So that is the murder weapon. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. It is interesting that the forensics for, what's it called? The knife was supposed to be in a few hours, but it hasn't arrived yet. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. Very truthful. But why? Why did you alter the body? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with the shishishito. I wiped the blood off the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Okay. Weapon used to murder the victim.
Defendant!
Yes?
The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne.
Alright. Oh. Well, then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Look at her blush. Oh, okay. Something she wants to tell me. I'm in love with you. No. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Oh. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly by this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Dunim really was. Yes. I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it. All of it. Makes sense. What do you mean by that? I want you to figure out that answer by yourself. The trial's about to restart. The real killer. Do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still. I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the inner temple. And the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing. The victim was moved to Hazakura Temple side by Pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. Yes, I'm aware of that. That means they were stuck on the inner temple side for almost an entire day. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. It's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see in it? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me, all by myself. You're not alone, Phoenix. Come on. Fine. To be continued. But we continue. Can't believe I couldn't remember that Diego was the one that was poisoned by Dahlia. Which, not remembering was my suspicion of it, but it's all good, I guess. Why revenge? Why does he hate me, like, specifically, though? If that's the case, then. Huh. Seems to know me somehow.
Now then, before we proceed any further, I'm going to announce the results of the tests we had performed earlier.
Tests.
Yes, tests on the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree.
Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about it. And that's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or...
Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However,
It is confirmed the blood.
there's one thing we can say with certainty.
The blood.
The blood on this dagger was not the victim's blood.
Not the victim. It wasn't Missy's blood on the dagger. Ah. Okay. I was assuming the dagger was used to stab the bag. But that means the cane is the weapon. The cane was knocked away. There is a third person there, though. Is there anybody injured? Somebody else injured. Somebody else injured. Somebody else injured. Somebody else injured. No, no, no. I don't know. You could hide it. No, no. No, no. I don't think anybody was in. We don't know of anybody else being injured. Then whose was it? Dagger updated. Blood doesn't match the victim's.
I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims.
I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, The witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking. So let's finish this quickly. Agreed. Hell yeah, gotta help Maya.
Very well. Please bring in the last witness.
Dude, she put her hair up. Hair down, Maya's kinda weird. I'm not used to it. Witness, please tell us your name and occupation. Maya Fay? My profession is, I'm the assistant manager at Wright & Co. Law Offices. Hell yeah, you are.
According to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the Kurain channeling technique.
I'm frightened. The Fae Clan. I don't want any more to do with it. Aw, Maya. The pain the Fae bloodline causes must be unbearable.
Very well. Now then, Miss Faye. When the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Miss Elise Dunim's murder. Is that correct?
No, she was unconscious. I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But Your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out, and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen?
Witness, if you please.
Yes, Your Honor. Aw. Poor Maya, man. At the Inner Temple. Was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Maya was, I think I screamed, "Help me!" And something warm splashed over me. That's when I lost consciousness.
So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been this staff.
Now, Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was a especially good night for young ladies to be walking around alone.
It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then. Mr. Wright, please begin your cross-examination.
Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Aw. The Inner Temple. Da-da. I'm oppressor. Oh. Who else was on the Inner Temple side that night? Well, Sister Bikini, of course. But I remember her saying that Iris would be coming later as well. On the day after the incident, Edgeworth met Bikini at Hazakura Temple. That means she couldn't be the criminal. So then, did Iris actually come later like she said? Well, let me think. She seems confused. It's probably because she's so tired. No, I'm sure I didn't see her. She must have come while I was preparing for the training. Someone struck me. Who did it? Who hit you? Well, I didn't see who it was. I was hit from behind. You didn't see the person. But after that, your attacker was in front of you. How could you not see who it was? Oh, let me think for a sec. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. Okay, I was having a really hard time. Press harder. Why not? Come on, Maya, this isn't making sense. Why didn't you see this person? Well, let me think. It was, oh yeah, that's right. It was dark, that's it.
It was dark.
It's not good to have too much light around when someone is undergoing spiritual training.
Come to think of it, there was earlier testimony to that effect as well. So it was dark in the garden on the night of the crime.
Which is why she didn't see her attacker. I thought maybe she was trying to hide something, but I guess not.
Judging by the testimony thus far, the identity of the attacker was most likely
The spirit that was channeled by Elise Dunim, Dahlia Hawthorne.
Very well, please continue with your testimony. What happened after you were struck on the head?
Okay. Stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. Seems to be a key part. What happened afterwards? My attacker was in front of me, blocking off my escape, I think. You think? After getting hit like that, I was in a state of panic. And there were only two things rolling around in my mind at that time.
Well now, this is beginning to get interesting.
So what were the two things rolling around in your mind? My name is Maya Fey. 1 + 1 = 2. Well, see, for some crazy reason, I was afraid I was going to lose my memory. I know it's odd, considering my life was in danger, but that's how it was.
That's not odd at all, since your actions are understandable given the circumstance.
I mean, fair, given the circumstances, but also, what the fuck?
So, what did you do then?
I think I screamed, "Help me!" You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck, okay? It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man? A woman? An adult? A child? I don't know. I was scared out of my wits.
Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes.
Our understanding judge. I thought that person might attack me, so I... Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought it was my last hope. Wow, sounds like poor little Maya really was out of her mind. I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Last hope. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed because you thought it would be your last hope. Oh, well, you know. That's like... What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing well up there. Oh, yeah, Oh, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. Screaming at? What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming for help. Ah! What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out.
Witness, are you actually sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person.
I am. Well, I mean, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done? It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say. could be Pearls. Could be Pearls, it could be Godot. A ton of pressure. You're in court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Aha. I could see a man. If you could tell it's a man. What? What? Ended up against the stone lantern. I could see a man by the light of the stone lantern, and it wasn't lit. There's a contradiction. A man. Who was this man? Well, you see, I couldn't see. You couldn't see. She's used this excuse twice now. Well, you know, lantern light isn't very bright.
Lantern light, did you say?
There's a great big stone lantern in the garden. Mm-hmm. They always light it when an acolyte is there for training. Uh-huh. You're lying. Hey, you know what they say. Under the lantern, darkness reigns. So I could see the person there was further away, but not my attacker, who was closer. Plus, there weren't any other light sources in the garden at that time. Something warm. You don't mean, was it? I didn't know it at the time, but I think it was probably blood. She's saying that it's when Miss Dune was channeling Dahlia, was stabbed in the back by... I don't know why Godot is there, but Godot, having been poisoned by Adalia Hawthorne, would want to kill Adalia Hawthorne. Okay. At that moment, I was paralyzed with fear. I was just sitting there in the snow. I'm sure blood got onto everything around me. Makes sense why it was cleaned up. So what happened next? I don't remember. How were you saved? You don't even remember that? No. I have got no idea. I really don't know what happened at all. That's too bad. I've worked side by side with Maya for 2 years now. I can tell when she's trying to hide something about how she acts, and right now, I'm absolutely certain she's hiding something. This one's easy. It's just a lantern light. It's not lit.
Objection!
So, there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man. He's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He is the one who killed Elise Dunip, otherwise known as Missy Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya. You know who killed your mother, don't you?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she's in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya. On the night of the crime. So you threw out all that out for bullshit? What the hell? That stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. Why would you lead with what you led with, then? What the fuck? Trying to fool her?
Order! Order in the court! Mr. Godot, explain this.
Add the pureness of milk to the perfect, clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That is the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au latte.
Cafe au lait? Is that even legal?
Au lait. Mr. Trite's words are the milk, and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I've have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Objection!
Sorry, but that's not going to cut it. What did you say? If there's truly was no light in that garden, then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick! May I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man or a woman, an adult or a child. She was firm on the man, and yet, the witness could describe a person that was standing behind her attacker, and she quite clearly described him as a man. In other words, that would have to mean that Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. No!
Order, order! What in the world does all this mean? Mr. Wright, are you saying Miss Fay saw the real killer under pitch black conditions?
Trite, do you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the dark? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that you can only see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him.
Cover? For the man that killed her mother.
Only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know this man, who this man is. Please, Nick. I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you. What's he's got? You talk a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black, so what could the witness see? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick! Don't! Please stop. Protecting this guy. Is it gonna be me? The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth.
All right, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got.
Who was this person that you say Miss Maya Fay saw in the darkness? Has to be a man with a light on them.
Take that!
Because it was pitch black, Miss Fay was able to recognize the killer easily. I'm sure the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes?
What? But how do you propose to show us something like that?
It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night.
Conditions?
Your Honor, the defense officially requests to turn off the lights. That all the lights in the courtroom be turned off.
Why, this is, but it can't be.
Huh. That was a nice bit of deduction. Trite. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order, order! Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear yourself accused of such a thing. Why aren't you denying it?
Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person.
What do you mean by that?
If you've got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules. Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night? Was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason. What?
Witness.
Objection.
Mr. Wright.
Stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
All right. Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but... Could have had a light on, though. When I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. And all the snow around the stone lantern had been carefully cleaned up, too. Since the person did all the work alone, I just assumed it was a man.
So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man.
Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, proceed with your cross-examination.
Okay. I'm a presser. This should reveal a little bit more information about what happened. Ba-da-bum, bum, bum. So you lost consciousness when you were in the garden, is that right? Yes, I think. I think it happened when the victim was stabbed. So then the victim was that carried you into the inner temple.
It could only have been the killer.
That's what I think too. So the killer carried Maya into the inner temple. By the time I got back, the garden had totally changed. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. I don't know. Looks like she doesn't have enough confidence. I think I need to gather more information before I ask her again. Okay. The torches were lit and the body was gone. Torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed that the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why did the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be of any advantage to the killer. The only one who would gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. We just proved there was another person, the killer. Oh, wait.
Very well, let me hear some more about the conditions of the crime scene.
Carefully cleaned up to remove the blood. So you're saying the killer was cleaned up the snow. It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural-looking rectangle shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy. Way too heavy for me to use.
An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Why on earth would anyone want to take snow away?
Well, there's one thing I can do. Didn't you say there was a lot of the victim's blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah. The area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation.
Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering me. The killer just wanted to hide the snow with blood on it. There was no need to remove that amount.
That's true. You could have scooped it. Just the snow that was stained with blood. You can't see that.
Looks like there were some mysteries behind this issue.
I think this will help explain them. It was assumed it was a man. So you're saying that you never saw the killer, right? Yes. But earlier you had clearly stated that you saw a man behind your attacker. Nick, I'm sorry. Went through a lot of trouble, moving the body in by pendulum, manipulating the crime scene. For what purpose? Why do all that? Go back to pressing this. I think so. There must be something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did? Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me. For my sake.
What? Hiding it for you?
Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, she may have thought that you had done it.
No, she definitely would have thought that. And you were saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened.
Yes, I'm sure of it. Sounds about right. Because he cared for Mia, and in conjunction, Maya as well.
Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add it to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. What had happened? They did it for your sake. Well, if the body and the blood hadn't been removed, I would have immediately been the prime suspect, right?
Yes, I suppose that's true.
Yeah, and if that had happened, the body would have caused some amount of problem, some other problems too. If her real identity had come out right then, it would have been terrible. Bum, bum, bum. Master of Kurain killed by her own daughter. I don't think Maya would have been able to handle that.
But still, it's rather difficult to fathom the killer's motives. What reason is there to go through that much trouble to protect you?
Just assumed it was a man. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the evidence of what had happened. The Faye family? I don't see a contradiction here. I think it's correct. The snow around the thing had been clean. Body was gone.
Objection!
No. Okay. Maybe it's me again?
Objection!
No. I don't know how to say it. I think I'm on the right track. I don't know how to say it. For her sake. For her sake.
Objection!
This was I don't know. Fuck. For her sake. For her sake. I think it was for my sake that the killer cleaned up the mess. Well... her real identity. Real identity? Elise? Still maybe try what's it called? Elise Dahlia Iris. I don't really know though. Real identity. I tried Mia.
Objection!
Nope. Probably Dahlia. Dun, dun, dun.
Objection!
No! Fuck! Okay. Iris then?
Objection!
No? Real identity is the hint.
Objection!
Okay, fine. The body of Elise du Nim was carried all the way to the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Then at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that I wanted to say that, but whatever. The snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe all this was done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have figured it out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. Ah! If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe the writing off the lantern?
Ah, you're right.
Because he couldn't see it.
Order, order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene?
Indeed, but it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing.
Objection!
But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior? Why would this killer move the body and remove all the snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it.
Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern?
The killer didn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that the crime had occurred there. If that's the case, They wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean that they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There's no way any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There's no way any normal person would.
What? What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
This is a little bit of a stretch, because you can notice the blood on snow, but not on fucking something else that's white. But sure.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright?
There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the blood writing altogether.
And who would that be?
Take that!
This is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything.
You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot?
No response. This lantern was submitted as evidence today. I would like the court to think back at the moment it was first presented.
This lantern. There's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Hey, out. Kiddo. Just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see. Correct? Can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before. During the poisoning case at Tribulation. Fuck. This is an apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time, and somehow spilled coffee on.
There's something still bothering me, Mr. Godot. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court?
Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be?
Don't play games, Mr. Prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that smeared all over the apron.
That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. Alright, fine. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Hey, Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea. I wasn't sure about it until now. I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. No. Just have to prove it. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Dunit, also known as Miss Misty Faye.
It's hard to believe this may be true. However, once again, Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Ha. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me into the killer? Besides, it's not like it's my name that's written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red. This is rich. Do go on, Trite. The answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow.
The snow? How so?
Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If he wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area?
Yes. Why didn't he take out just that? Ah, could it be?
Yes, the killer couldn't see the red blood that seeped into the snow. It makes sense. And so he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area. I mean, if you're that thorough, I would think you would think about the filler, but understandable, it could happen. Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark? Lanterns were lit, maybe? Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine.
It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot?
Godot, my boy. Hold. Oh, wait just a minute. Maya's defending him too. Fuck.
What is it, witness?
Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple till 2 days after the murder took place. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed.
Objection!
Maya. You can't testify to something like that. Why? What do you mean? I may not look it, but I... Yeah, no. After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't. She was locked in a little island. I'm afraid I don't follow.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right.
Please, Your Honor, let me add it to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. They want to protect each other. How sweet. You plan to cover for go no matter what. If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her. Huh. Nicely done, Trite.
Very well. Let's hear the witness testimony. Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder.
Yes, sir. After I woke up, began channeling and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearly was there at the Inner Temple too. You gonna blame it on fucking pearls? Well, I did think about that. Pearls is a possibility. Pearly was also stuck on the Inner Temple side that night. Next morning, she looked around, but couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearly that first, and cheered her right up. Aw.
Who is this Pearly?
That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye.
So when did you hear about this?
Likely story. When I was in the medical office.
I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony.
Hey. What? Come on. Pearl would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say when you're under oath. Ha! The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness.
Mr. Godot!
Let's just move on to the cross-examination, if the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but... Well, Mr. Wright?
Alright. Let's get this cross-examination started. Alright. I'm Oppressor. I feel like it's obvious why she's defending because Mia. They're all connected to Mia. And were they lovers? I don't remember. Lovers, I think. So she probably knew Godot before, or well, Diego before, and there you go. Uh-huh. But we'll see. So, where did you think Pearl slept that night? Oh, wait. Nah. In the spare room. Next to the training hall, I guess. There's a rule. You can't enter the training hall during an acolyte's training. Even so...
Oh, but even so, why did she go to the inner temple in the first place?
Seems that Pearls became very worried about Maya. She knew that the spiritual training I was about to do was... to undergo was very intense. Uh-huh. It's true. Pearls was supposed to channel Dahlia Hawthorne, but she couldn't do it. That's why she headed to the inner temple. However, Dahlia Hawthorne was already there. Possessing the body of Lisu Nim. She looked around but couldn't find anyone. She searched the inner temple side, end to end. Well, you see, Pearly gets pretty scared when she's alone. And there weren't that many places to go. She says that she even went back and forth several times. The inner temple side has two structures. The training hall and a spare prep room. And there's also a storage shack, I think. That's about it. It's a storage shack, too. Pearl was looking for other people, right? But she really examined the storage shack all that carefully. Well, if it was me, that would be the first place I'd investigate.
Well, that means it's possible that someone may have been hiding in the storage shack.
Uh-huh. She was in the spare prep room. Pearls didn't hear the sound of them working on the bridge. What do you mean? I was just wondering why she would stay in the prep room. If it was me, I'd at least go out and wait at the foot of the bridge. Oh, well, Pearly said she was sleeping at the time. She said she was so scared during the night that she couldn't sleep well and woke up a bunch of times.
Poor little girl, all alone like that.
Well, we know that she had at least one friend in the Sacred Capital. Dahlia Hawthorne was busy battling with the Trick Law. She couldn't let anyone see her, so she wouldn't have shown herself to Pearls. What happened after the bridge was finally fixed? Doe arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. So it's your first time on the Inner Temple side, Mr. Godot. That's funny. Am I imagining things, or did the defense ask me a question?
Mr. Wright, please save your questions for the witness.
What you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. Those are your words, Your Honor.
Touché, Mr. Wright. Oh well. What do you have to say, Mr. Godot?
Hot nights and even hotter coffee. That's what I always say. If it hadn't been for this case, I never would have visited there. A freezing cold temple in the mountains. I think I'll pass. So he had never visited Hazakura Temple or the Inner Temple, huh? We have proof against that. Proof against that. Proof against that. Proof against that. Could be that. He was involved in the case with Mia. So I don't know if he visited, but... Huh. You want to say something, Trite? In any case, I have to find a crack in Godot's armor. Like cross-examine Maya, that is.
Very well. Please go on with your testimony. After fixing the bridge, the policeman came over to the inner temple side, right?
Yes, then Mr. Godot. He found Pearly first. He cheered her right up. He cheered her up. That's what Pearly said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot.
And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Oh, cut it out. You're making me blush. This guy is really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. The truth is, there aren't that many places to look at on the inner temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden of the fine-tooth comb, so I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, a Godot style.
I'm the same way. I like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style.
Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. It's gotta be Godot's investigation, but... So you cheered Pearls up. When I found that little girl, the first thing she asked about was her cousin, Maya Fey. Really? The bridge had burned down and she was huddled up in that tiny shack with no heat. Even though she must have had a truly terrifying night out there. She asked me about you before she said a thing about herself. Pearly, I noticed that you weren't anywhere on the inner temple side, but I couldn't find it in me to tell her that. So I gave her my last cup. He is kind, with milk and sugar, to hide the bitterness of the harsh truth.
What a sweet story.
I agree. You had a thermos of coffee? Why doesn't that surprise me? Very true. There's only one thing of any importance here. It was Godot when the murder was taking place. He must have already been at the end. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunin. Press this again. And go for the other option. Hearing that heartwarming story was worth it. But Godot's investigation said that you conducted an investigation on your own. Did you find anything? It looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Trey. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern. Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles. The only odd thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall. Misty Fey, not... He slipped out. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue of Western tastes. Western tastes. Could he find a stranger way to describe great?
So, from there you headed for the prep.
Wait a sec. What did Godot say now? I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the Inner Temple. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed Elise Dunin.
Objection!
Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the Inner Temple was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he likes his pictures of women too much to not comment on it. Because he just made one fatal slip. The hanging scroll in the training hall.
Hanging scroll?
But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, and here's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this.
What's that wonderfully delicious smell?
The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Gravy? But why gravy, Nick? because gravy was much more than condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have had any way of knowing that it was Missy Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. I wish Maya had a voice, bro. Where's her holdits? Yes. Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of that mark,
Then you could guess that it was a picture of Misty Faye on there.
true, but Mr. Godot scribed what was underneath like this, clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tastes. Oh. Yes, it's possible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding in the inner temple, long before the crime took place. Can I ask you one little thing, Troy? What is it? This whole theory of yours, it all rests on a certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak onto the crime scene. The crime, well, it is true. He murdered, but his intention was to murder Dahlia Hawthorne, which he did know about the plan of her to come back. Of course, Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did he say?
What did you say?
Fuck. Might get this wrong, dude. He could have visited her. Fuck. So in the end, you were just bluffing, huh? Well, don't expect any sympathy cards from me, Trey. Mia then? Probably. Why Mia, though? No. Fuck. Uh-huh. I didn't save. Fuck! Da, 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 da. If I take this... Oh, this is a little pain in the ass, but fine. Who could know? Oh. Oh. Cheering up pearls. Who could know about the plan? It's Iris. That's what it is. It's Iris. Fuck. Okay. Oh, no. Press. Da, da. He cheered her up. There we go. Save real quick. Present the What was it? The scroll. Oop.
Objection!
Alright. He knew because of Iris. Doo doo. Alright. You were hiding in the inner temple. There we go. Iris. What? Not Iris either? Fuck. Okay. So in the end, you're just bluffing. Yes. Only one way you could have known about the crime.
What did you say?
Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Of that plan? You mean the letter? Maybe it's the letter.
Take that!
There we go. This crime was actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future. And these instructions were hidden somewhere in the Fay Manor for a year. That's right. They were the letters were opened. Oh man, it was right there. I forgot. Well, however, by the time Little Pearls found these instructions, they had already been unsealed.
Unsealed.
There we go. Yes, the killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how he knew the crime was to take place at the Inner Temple. And you still insist this crafty killer is me. You bet I do. But you just said that the instructions were hidden. That's right. Mr. Godo couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If you really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit. A visit? Morgan Fay told her daughter, Pearl, about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center.
You know, funny, it hasn't happened before. Yes, and it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Someone. A prosecutor such as Mr. Godot. Yep.
Order, order! Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you. You were the only one that could have acquired this information before the murder. Ha. Humans are afraid of the dark. And yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee. Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean? It means that there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. And then, he ultimately took a person's life. Did indeed. And he did all of that just to protect this witness. Dude, that means he intended to kill fucking Pearl, bro. He meant to kill Pearl? That's fucked up. That's right. You're accusing me of this crime. I have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her. I am what you see. I am certainly not the type to rescue the damsel in distress.
Killer's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word.
Even considering
that the killer wanted to protect the witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
because he wants revenge. However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs. I knew it. You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh? Okay, Trite. I'm all ears. Let's hear it. It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to me.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya together inextricably. Mia Fey. There's a very good reason why Fey's life is so precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister. Yep, Mia Fey. You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney.
Wait a second here. Mr. Godot is a defense attorney?
With your honor's piercing intelligence, you must have now figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right? The last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell.
It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. Yeah, a case in which a convict named Terry Falles killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. Demoness, huh? But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney at the office where Mia works. And he got poisoned. It's my fault. It's all my fault that Mr. Falles killed himself. Mia, you can't cry yet. This is such a good scene, bro. Man. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients. That pure, sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Mia and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping incident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me. Had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right here in this courtrooms, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Man, me neither, because I forgot his name. Unless it didn't say his name in the first case. But they probably did, I'm just stupid for forgetting. But anyway, Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder, but very little information about that case was released to the press.
But you weren't dead at all. No official reports ever actually called it a murder. It was just in a deep, deep coma. I see. My body shut down, and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poisons did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, and all my hair turned white due to the damage it caused. That's terrible. Apparently, it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years ago, 5 years had passed since I drank that poison brew. Damn, 5-year coma?
Shit.
Then one morning, my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years?
He's gotta get his 5 years worth of coffee in somehow, huh? And the worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death.
The woman you loathed?
The woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up. That's so sad. For someone like me. For someone who had slept away their best days. There were only 2 reasons left to live. It was for those 2 reasons that I decided to become a prosecutor. If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live? The first was you, Trite. Huh? Me? If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey never would have died, much less the way she did. You were the only one who was there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault. It wasn't like that. I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor?
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey. What do you mean? Oh, the song's kicking it. Ah, that's fucking good, actually. Red White. Yeah, I looked at the first case. And it was Red White is the name. Which is actually really fucking funny. But you were the only way I can make up for the sin of not saving me. 1 year ago, when the coup reign in Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it. My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about it. That's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center. Yep, and he's the murderer. I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it. Huh. Makes sense. If Pearls had known what the actual purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she would never have helped out. Why didn't you tell her then, bro? Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near, and I did everything myself. I counted both of my accomplices. One's Iris, and Misty Fey. Huh. Okay. I especially needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall if my backup plan. In case we couldn't control Pearl Faye. But how did you contact my mother? Yeah. She had been missing for almost 20 years. Officially, yes. What do you mean, officially? Why does he know? You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government. Okay. Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. Alright. Said that the Master of Kurain had great authority. Even without her official position, Misty Faye still wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on her movements all this time. Okay. That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. Very specifically, a prosecutor. Alright. So my mother was cooperating with you? Don't ever forget. No matter how far away from you she was, she never stopped thinking about you. She was always... That's why. I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you want to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. It is very strange why you would have a cane sword. Her staff?
Oh, her staff. The one with the sword in it.
The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Faye, if necessary. Man, I mean, I get it, but you're talking about killing a fucking child, bro. Especially since Misty Faye was in it too. Killing Pearl, a fucking 9-year-old, because they didn't know what they were doing. And Iris was with accomplishing you too. What? Alright. Yes. Even if it meant paying the ultimate price. And also, Pearl doesn't want... Pearl fucking cares about Maya, and Maya cares about Pearl. Like, just tell her. But okay. Mother. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean Pearl's, don't you? We had to make sure she... Okay. That's why Elise channeled her. Well, Pearl, what are you going to do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan. But she never showed up. Ah. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. Okay. So that's why. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Faye had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What?
What do you mean?
If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Kurain, Misty Faye's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. Yeah, that makes sense. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Faye wouldn't be able to.
What? Is this true?
My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Faye. That's why I hid myself at the Inn Temple. Oh, that's why. That was him. Just in case you needed to be saved from Dahlia Hop. Godot. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to, Trite. Huh. There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're going to have to do the rest yourself. Hey!
The background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's just one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? There are only two possible suspects right now.
It could be a suicide.
Maya Fey, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot.
Yeah. Well, Trite, if you're the real deal, then finish this once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. Maya, I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick. But even so, doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify.
Miss Fey, your testimony, please.
This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything, because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick.
All right, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder?
Time of the murder. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. Thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was spattered with blood. She wasn't dead, though. She struck back at the enemy behind her. Suddenly, the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just that moment, there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed, and I lost consciousness.
These red lights. I thought you said you don't remember seeing them.
I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but then they disappeared all of a sudden. Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Fey? Looks like you still can't prove it. Maya's telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Alright. I was right in that this exact moment was the key moment. I'm Oppressor. Light shining in the dark. I don't think you can make a mistake about that. Yeah, you're right. I think I saw them, but I can't say for certain. I can't tell you for sure they were from Mr. Godot's mess either. I don't get the feeling she's covering for him anymore, but that's harder. Just after that, you turned towards the lights and called for help. Isn't that because you thought the lights were coming from Mr. Godot's mess? Yeah, I guess so. Maybe that's what I was thinking at the time, but I can't remember after all. It was a person I couldn't identify in front of me. Maya's life was in terrible danger at the time. There's no way she can remember the details of the scene perfectly.
Let's go on with the testimony. What did you do when you saw the red lights?
Thought I'd ask for help. That blood, was it Dahlia Hawthorne's blood? I think so, probably. Just at that moment, I heard a soft scream that seemed to be close by. It was a woman's voice.
So that was when the killer stabbed the victim from behind with the murder weapon. Is that right?
Without a doubt, Maya was in the middle of a really dangerous situation. Anyway, the victim was stabbed by the murder weapon. What happened after that? Look back. How do you know that? Well, you're right. I didn't see it exactly. I could tell by the sounds of their breathing and their movement. And also the smell of blood.
You have witnessed more horror than any young lady should ever have to in one life. So then, what did you do at that point?
I couldn't move. I could just barely make out their shadows moving in the dark, but I had no idea what to do. Could you still see the red lights you mentioned earlier? Oh, yes, I think so. But suddenly the red lights went out and the whole area was dark. They went out. This is key. Yes, suddenly I couldn't see them at all.
What could it mean?
The red lights were coming from Godot's mask, and they went out right in the middle of a fight. Maybe the mask was damaged? Maybe it was knocked off? Or maybe the batteries ran out. Right, Trite?
Or maybe those little red pinhead-looking lights just stopped working.
What could have actually happened then? It was covered up by the other body? Masks? It's a horrible scream. What do you mean by that? Just at that moment. You mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. Scream that you heard then. Was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. Pretty sure. It was a male voice. It indeed was a man's voice.
What?
I mean, the dagger is obviously the thing that's gonna put him away.
So then, that scream came from the killer?
That's got to be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it.
And then the killer let out a scream of pain, huh?
After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well, Mr. Wright, seems to make sense to me.
Sounds like a reasonable... Do we go for it right now, or... Let me see about it. I'll come back to that in a second.
Almost certainly always correct.
The judge's deductions.
Almost always correct. What happened then?
I wanted to see the final. What about the killer that stabbed Dahlia? I'm sorry, I don't know. Really, it's true, Nick. I believe you. On this point, I'm sure Maya isn't lying. Ha, it appears that the darkness has proven to be your undoing, Trite. I've got to use this testimony to prove that. Really wish I didn't have to do this, but for some reason, I'm feeling some part of Godot actually wants me to. That is also what I'm feeling. Godot wants him to put him away. What's this? Well, here you go. The scream of a man. And the knife that did it. He's the one that found the knife. Because he knew about it. There's a contradiction. Sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create an enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost
Certainly never correct. Well, you can have it both ways, Judge. Remember the testimony she gave before the killer let out a scream. Maya said she had already been splattered by the victim's blood. In other words, the blade and the staff had already been plunged in the victim. Ah, is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff. If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite. There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon here. Is he gonna pull a one-over on us? Wait a second. We don't know whose blood it is. And he's the one that found the knife. Fucker. I hope it's his blood, but we'll find out. What could have she used to strike back at the killer? This is the answer. Who was injured though? Is it gonna be my blood on there? No, he just had a cold for some reason. We'll find out. Naturally, the dagger that the killer brought to the scene of the crime.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
This dagger was found at the crime scene, stuck into a pine tree. The detective found it this morning, though, and brought it to me. Dahlia Hawthorne, maybe I'm thinking too much about this. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection!
Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Objection!
Not the victim, at the very least. Have you forgotten that the blood was already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belonged to the killer?
Exactly. DNA analysis of the blood would prove it beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood. I hope it does. Nice theory, Trite. Whose blood's on the knife, though? Now that we know it's Godot that brought the knife, I don't think not Godot, Gumshoe. Gumshoe that found the knife. I think we might be okay, but he also could have planted it.
Order. Order in the court.
Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test. Let me ask you something, Trey. Let's just say that it turned out that I was the killer. Do you really think I would be stupid enough to leave evidence like that? Well, I've already thought of this, Godot. Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought it to me. There was already blood on it, correct. But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the courtroom. Alright, Gabe, calling me out for thinking ahead.
Yes, what does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer, I could have washed the blade off and planted another person's blood on it. Calling me out, Gabe. Alright. You can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Trite. I think he's honorable enough to not do that, potentially. That blood. It doesn't belong to me. Not a chance. What?
In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right, then.
Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation. Maya, this dagger, you said that it wounded the killer. You don't have any proof of that either, huh? That's right. But if Mr. Godot had really been cut with the dagger... remove your mask. Remove your mask. Could be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya. Maybe he has changed his clothes. That'd solve the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder? Everyone that was on the inner temple side got trapped there.
Oh, that's right.
And once the bridge was fixed, the police headed to the inner temple.
Oh.
Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. But the lights went off. Order in the court.
Objection!
Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him.
But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes?
The judge take smart pills during the last recess. Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. That way he wouldn't get any blood on him.
Objection!
That's impossible, Trite. You know how cold it gets up there late at night. After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Stunned. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this. Right now, if Mia Fey were here, she would have closed the book on this case already. Mia Fey were here. So come on, Trite. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer. But can you prove it? Have you even got one piece of evidence?
Question isn't whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. That's the only choice I have. See, he's encouraging and helping every time. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. That's one of my rules. God damn it. I can prove it. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you wanted. That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, right? Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't you go for the unlimited penalty? You trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. Got the one piece of evidence I need. Ooh. Safe scumming. For the win. Give me a break. You've got nothing, Trite. So what do I do at a time like this? It's simple. Gotta think outside the box and approach this from a different angle.
Alright then, Mr. Wright. Let's hear what you've got.
There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger.
But we decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by the dagger, there should have been a bloodstain on his clothes.
There's one place. One place the killer could have hidden his wound.
What did you say?
Hidden? This is it. My last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstain on his clothes. I need to show how he hid the wound. It's the end of the line. The final stop, Trey. Let's hear what you've got. It's evidence. 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 Hid his wounds. Yeah, it's a really good song for sure. Hit his wounds. I don't think we have direct evidence stating it. Maybe? I don't know. Let me try Godot and probably die. Huh. I don't know what you're talking about, and frankly, god damn it. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Fuck her. Alright. Isn't that right, Troy? Oh, I get fucking protection? Was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him. Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. Oh, that's so good. It's beneath your mask. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? You have a dagger wound under there somewhere. Then I'd say this whole case is solved. Damn! Fucking explodes. Come on, man, take off your mask. I want to see your injured face. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You just kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. And even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive is myself. Alright, you can be cool to the end, man. It's okay.
Yourself?
I was the only one that failed to protect Mia. Of me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape the harshness of reality. And just couldn't face Mia's death head on. So I ran, and hid behind a mask. I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. But you saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I had really wanted to save you, then there's one person that I should have gone and talked to, right? I know he's wanted revenge, obviously, but okay, thank you. I'm happy they covered their bases. Who would that be? Talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. Tried to get the help of Iris and your mother, but I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. Huh? I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation that I knew was dangerous. Forgive me. You're wrong. You put your life on the line to save Maya. He did, but he wasn't smart about it. Was it really for Maya's sake? Even I'm not really sure.
What do you mean by that?
That night, in the darkness of the garden, when I saw her silhouette, he wanted to kill her. A part of me must have known the truth. The truth that it wasn't really Dahlia Hawthorne standing there in front of me. And yet, I stabbed her. It could have been Missy Faye, or even that little girl. But I still picked up the blade. It was like I was dreaming. Yep. Oh, shit. Damn. That makes sense why, I'm not sure exactly what was going on in my mind at that point. Like, it had to be for revenge, because, like, his whole plan made no sense, because it was either kill Misty Faye or Pearl, which he just admitted to. I was like, that's insane to do. But I was really motivated by the pure desire to protect Maya Faye. Or was it something else? Yep. Was it my hatred for a woman who had stolen everything from me 6 years earlier? Could it have been simply a desire for revenge? And now, I don't know anything anymore. I did learn something today, however. I finally realized that I was the arrogant one. I was just chasing an illusion, a fantasy. The stupid fantasy of defeating you in the courtroom. Ha, that's pretty funny. You were the one who made me realize my folly. You never ran away from Mia's death. Instead, you picked up where she left off. As a true defender of the people. Oh man, I'm getting chills, fuck. In that one moment, I understood everything. Mr. Goodell. I think you already know this, but if you don't, my name is Diego Armando. Mr. Armando, I believe in you. I know you were trying to save me. Thanks. Your wound, it's bleeding. Huh. Did you forget already? In my world, the color red doesn't exist. These must be my tears. Tears? Ever since I woke up from my coma, I think I've been waiting for this very moment. Mr. Armando, you do well to remember this, Maya. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Oh, man. Fuck. That's it.
This time, it really is all over, isn't it? Defend it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Although you weren't directly involved in the murder, tampering with the body and the crime scene is a serious offense in itself.
I understand, Your Honor. Mr. Armando explained that to me very carefully. I knew the risk and I willingly cooperated anyway.
Very well. Before I hand down my verdict, Is there anything you'd like to say?
Well, there is one thing. I'd like to say something to Mr. Wright. I want to apologize to you. Is this where she was his girlfriend, maybe? For the case 5 years ago, of course. Yep. God damn it. It's because she blushes at him, bro. Well. That's a nice throwback.
I just remembered. Weren't you poisoned by your own lover?
Not exactly, but yeah. Something like that. Even now, 5 years later, I can hardly believe it. She was going to do it. She was planning to kill me. That was your twin, though. It's not all that surprising. The two of you hardly knew each other. Huh? What do you mean? You and my sister, you only met twice. Well. Huh? We only met twice. The first time was on that fateful day. Oh. The day she poisoned Mr. Armando in the cafeteria of this very courtroom. The next time you met her was 8 months later. You met her again on the day she stole your cold medicine. And Doug Swallow was killed. No way. It can't be true. I mean, during our whole relationship, we were... For those 8 months, the woman that you thought was Dahlia Hawthorne wasn't actually my sister. Wasn't Dahlia. I hope one day you can forgive me, Beanie. Aww. And there's the blush. You mean... That's right. I lied to you for 8 months.
But why? Why would you do such a thing?
Since she gave you that bottle that day, my sister was trying to get it back as soon as possible. As soon as she possibly could. But you were so adamant. Because of the police investigation and the surveillance, she couldn't move about freely. So that's why you... And my sister, from the beginning, she was prepared for the worst. Prepared for the worst. She thought that you might somehow discover the truth. That's why she was always ready to deal with you at a moment's notice. I mean, she was ready to kill me, don't... Yup. She already had so much to answer for. I didn't want any more sins on her soul. I begged her not to do it, and she agreed to give me a chance. And that's why you came to me. Came to get the bottle pendant back from me in her place. But I couldn't get you to give it back. I failed at something even as simple as that. 8 months passed, and I still couldn't get back from you. Finally. My sister couldn't wait any longer. Uh-huh. She didn't consult me about her plans for you that day. It was the first time that had ever happened. Ah, okay. That was a bit strange, wasn't it? Until that day, you two were partners in crime, and she wouldn't confer with you. I think she must have noticed. Noticed what? Damn, making her say it. My feelings for you. If I had found out she was planning to kill you, I would have done whatever was necessary to stop her. Even if it meant her life or mine. Iris, after spending those 8 months by your side, my feelings towards you, they changed. Aw, how adorable. Something to say to you too. Yes, you really are the person I always thought you were. Phoenix, that was the right thing to say. Even after Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, I still believed in you. Aw. Thank you. And how many cups of darkness have I drank over the years? Even I don't know. I'll tell you though, right now, this one here is the greatest cup I think I've ever had. Don't you think so, Phoenix Wright? That's so good. Yeah, I think you're right. Oh man. Alright. Hell yeah. The purpose of this trial was to rule on the murder of the victim, Elise Dunim. At some point, I expect you will be tried for your role as an accomplice in that case. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. On the charge of murder, I hereby find the defendant not guilty. Court is now adjourned. That's it. Oh, man. Fucking full days of court. Way everything ended. Was justice really served? I'll make a save really quick. Just in case. The man who risked his life to save Maya is being sent to prison by my own hand. Of course, justice was served. This is my favorite song. Oh wait, no. Where's the Office music? This one's good. Not my favorite song. The Office music's my favorite. I'm proud of you, Phoenix. Your defense was truly brilliant. But I couldn't save Mr. Armando. That's not what it was about. The man who cared so deeply for you. You're wrong, Phoenix. You did save Diego. That is true too. 'Cause he wanted to be put away. You saved him in the only way possible. You mean, with that verdict? I think one day you'll understand too. Phoenix, I want you to remember one thing. You were as good out there today as any defense attorney could ever hope to be. Now there's nothing more you can learn from me. This is it for me, huh? Accomplish something I wasn't able to. I owe you a great deal. Oh, really? I owe you a great deal. Thank you. Mia. They made an anime for this? Shit. I'm sure we'll meet again. Someday, Phoenix. Huh. I might have to watch that. I'm assuming it recaps the games, but that'd be pretty good. I've handled a lot of cases and seen a lot of things. And along this journey, I've found myself thinking just one question. What does it really mean to defend someone? I suppose today's case produced one possible answer. Nick? Maya? I guess it's just like my sis said. Mia, what did she say? That night, when I channeled Mia to get her advice on what to do, this is what she wrote back in my notebook. Don't worry, Phoenix will save everyone in the end. Ah, but come on, cut it out with that gloomy face. Can't you see? Me, sis, and I'm sure Iris too. We owe you for everything you have done for us, Nick. Maya, huh? Trying to be so bright and chipper after all that happened. You were brutally attacked. You even saw your mother murdered. Franziska! Still as softy as always, Phoenix Wright. And Edgeworth. Excellent work, right? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth? When did you get back? Oh, that's right. I guess no one filled her in on that. Edgeworth and Franziska have actually been helping me. Helping you? Yup, they sure have. I mean, you weren't here around for this, Astro Dude, but I kind of called that. I mean, I think Edgeworth is the obvious one to have a change of heart, quote unquote. But like, I also knew Like, from the moment Francisca entered, I was like, Francisca's gonna do it too. If these two hadn't been here on the first day of the trial, yep, the defense wouldn't have gotten anywhere. Wow, but where were you, Nick? I heard he fell into a river and caught a nasty cold, which forced him to sleep all day. Yes, he laid in bed shivering from his fever with Iris's hood pulled over his head. Oh, ouch! Talk about embarrassing, Nick. You definitely need more training. Anyway, thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. And you too, Francisca? I don't suppose... Gumshoe! Wait. Ah, fuck. Larry, alright. There's room for me in this group hug, is there? Oh, Larry! What's with the, longer than usual face? I realized something when I was reborn. I realized that Larry was never of any use to anyone. Not even once. This is gonna be where the evidence comes in, huh? That's not true, right, Nick? What? You're asking me? Well, Nick, is it true? Got a place in this world, right? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. Knew it. Even everyone would be better off if I were gone for good. No. Oh yeah! Those portraits you painted, they were really good. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? What? Me? Why are you making that face, huh, Edgy? Oh, well, yes, indeed. I certainly can't say that they lack resemblance. Do you really mean it? What about you, Francie? Did I draw you well, too? My beauty can't possibly be captured by a mere crayon. Maya wants a photo, too. Nevertheless, I recognize the effort you put into it, and that's worth something. So then you'll do it, like you promised? You're going to model for my next picture book? Franzies, don't get carried away. Well, how about that? I guess painting portraits is the only thing I'm good at. Painting a pearl was pretty damn good too, if you ask me. Huh? Now that you mention it, I haven't seen her around. Pearls. Where could she have gone? Normally, she would have made a beeline for Maya. Oh, I'll go look for her. Be right back. Hey, Pearly! Right. You seem to be uncharacteristically puzzled. I suspect you are wondering how Maya can be so cheerful despite all that has happened. Yeah. To be honest, I can't understand it either. Francisca? That's right. She lost her father fairly recently as well. I think I understand how she feels. Maya is a much wiser person than she appears, and I think she realizes something. Now is exactly the time when she needs to be as strong as she can. What do you mean? By now is exactly the time. Maya wasn't the only one that was badly wounded by this incident. In fact, there was someone that was hurt far more deeply than she. I believe it's for that person that Maya is trying her best not to cry. Someone who's hurt more deeply than Maya. And tell me, Phoenix Wright, who is Maya being strong for? I think it's gotta be Pearls. It could be Godot, but Godot's knowledgeable. It's gotta be Pearls. Pearl Faye. The poor kid. After all, the reason that she worked so hard to follow the instructions was because she loved and believed her mother, Morgan. It's for the good of the Fae. I'm sure she believed in every last word. She thought she was doing it for Maya, and that's why she was so happy. Shows how truly devoted she is to Maya. Aww. But it's a cruel irony that it was her exuberance that led to this tragedy. Maya Fey's mother was killed, and Maya herself was put in the deepest peril imaginable. And that's exactly why Maya is putting on a brave face. She's doing it for Pearl's sake, until she can see her smile again. There he is!
Oh, hey. So this is where you all were. Wow. Looks like we've got... Yeah, what was that for, sir?
Sorry about that, Scruffy. My whip just seemed to have a mind of its own. What's up, Detective Gumshoe?
Oh, you know. This and that. Anyway, congrats on your win. Let's go out tonight, pal. Dinner's on me. My salary just sorta got down by a teeny weeny bit, but it's alright.
Yet another salary cut.
I've made reservations at a first-class French restaurant tonight.
Ah, pretty good work, Scruffy. That whip was your reward. Detective Gumshoe, you said a first-class You don't mean
Trace bien. Where else?
I knew it. We're doomed.
Come on, let's go, everyone. We can't keep Maggie waiting, pal. Hey, you, Crybaby, you're invited too.
Oh, forget about me. Pearl and I will be in the loser shack eating potatoes. You know, Maya is taking an awful long time to get back. She's still out looking for pearls. Maya, what's wrong? Nick, what do I do? Pearlie, I can't find her anyway. Huh?
I'll bet she just went back home. That's all.
I thought so too, so I called the village. But no one has heard from her. This has never happened before. As I figured, she has been badly hurt by this incident. She feels responsible for the tragedy that has befallen you, Maya. But none of this was her fault. What should I do?
Detective Gumshoe? Yeah, what is it, pal? You guys go on ahead. But what about you?
Maya and I will. We'll join you guys once we find pearls. Nick! Hell yeah.
Don't worry about us,
Detective Gumshoe. We may be a little late, but we'll definitely be there. We have a lot of celebrating to do tonight, and it wouldn't miss it for the world.
Yeah? But you're the...
Ah, very well. Phoenix Wright will go on ahead. Don't keep us waiting, right? We won't. But where should we look? Where could pearls have gone? Let's go, Maya. There's only one place I can think that pearls might have gone to. The office. Oh, that too? Okay, fine. It would've been cooler. Fuck, here. Asakura Temple. For pearls, I bet this is a very important place. And after all, it's where this whole incident started. What's this? You're all back so soon. Sister Bikini. I thought we'd be eating mashed potatoes alone tonight. So she's here? Pearlie is here. She's in the training hall. Why don't you hurry along and go see her? Okay. Pearlie's not here. Ah. Maya, the hanging scroll. It's restored. Someone cleaned it off. It's got to be pearls. Ah! Mystic Maya! Pearlie? Why? Why did you just leave like that? Mystic Maya. Mystic Maya! Aww. I swore that I would never trouble the two of you ever again. Aw, because it's all my fault, not Mystic Maya's mother. That's why you came here? It's the least I could do, to pray for your happiness. You don't have to do that, Pearlie. It wasn't your fault. You didn't do anything wrong. Of course, I'm sad that my mother is gone, but how do I say this? I'm still happy. You don't have to lie just to make me feel better. No, really. It's true. The only reason I'm still here is all thanks to everyone who was there for me. my sis, my mother, Mr. Armando, Nick, and you. Even one of you weren't there, I'm sure I wouldn't still be alive right now. And that's why I have to be strong. For all the people that were there for me when I needed them. That's all I can really do. Mystic Maya. I'm impressed. You truly are the daughter of Mystic Missy. Ha ha ha. Sister Bikini, your mother, Mystic Missy, was a strong woman indeed. I want to tell you that what she said to me that night. After dishonoring the good name of Kurain, I don't have the right to face my daughter. But still, Maya is always in my thoughts. It's true, she'll always be with me until the day I die. Your spirit was with her. That's why your mother was so strong. Even at the end, I'm sure she would have no regrets. She'll always be with me until the day I die, huh? There's a rule or something all masters are to follow, isn't there? To never take the charm off until the day you die. That's the master's talisman. The thing that Misty kept by her heart and would never take off. It wasn't the container that was important, rather it was the contents. That's a photo? My mother. It's only natural for living creatures to fight to protect their own minds. But that's what makes us human. But what makes us human is that we fight for others. But who do you fight for? How hard must you fight? That's the true measure of what human life is worth. We defense attorneys are warriors who are constantly challenged by that question. They're the ones that originally broke the vase. Aw, that's so cute. And adorable. Even when the battle is over and the bonds that connect us are severed. We always return, time and time again. Mia, Maya, Pearls, Mr. Armando, and Maya's mother too. I learned that from all of them. I bet. That's pretty good. Well, shall we get going then? Everyone is waiting. This is a day to remember. A day where a lot of things were finally put to rest. I think we should celebrate when we're over what we've overcome today. But I still can't. Oh, go on, sweetie. You can come back for training anytime. Okay. Alright, I'm going to make a brand new start too. Sister Bikini, I'll be back for more training, I promise. I know, and I won't go easy on you just because you're the future master. I'll make sure to prepare reservations for three when you come back. Wahahaha! Alright, we're going to have a great feast today, Pearly. You know why? Because training is a battle of endurance. Okay, Mystic Maya, I'll eat lots and lots of food tonight. There's one thing I don't get. Probably don't want to, but... What is it, Nick? Reservations for training is fine and all. But why for 3? I caught that too. Come on, what do you think? You're one of us, Nick. Next time you can train right alongside us. Huh? I'll be waiting for you. Sister Bikini will take special care of you. Huh? Huh? It'll be great, Nick. We're going to do the special course naturally. Huh? 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 That's a great idea. After all, Mr. Nick, you'd do anything for Mystic Maya, wouldn't you? Even walk on hot coals, right? You would cross a burning bridge. We'll have a nice big meal before we come next time, right, Nick? Uh-huh. You know, I was wondering if I can say just one little thing. Sure, of course you can. Oh, I love this part. I can't wait to hear it. I'm getting goosebumps too. Well then, here goes nothing.
Objection!
Ah. Thank you, thank you. Ah, such a good game. Oh, let me feed me. Master Korean and office manager, and I had to be good. Sister Pearly and Nick. Well, as long as I'm not always locked up or captured or something like that. Yeah, that's no shot of that not happening. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you enjoyed. These are so fun. Love the just activeness of it. So it's true. Mr. Nick really is Mystic Maya's knight in shining armor. He went through the special course all the way to the end. Actually, I heard there's a legendary extra special ultra course here. I think I'll surprise the two of them by making them a secret reservation. Uh-huh. Man. Final case was very good, and it wrapped everything up. Maggie brought me a brand new coat. I feel 10 years younger. I'll never take it off, because it is his younger coat. Yeah, but somehow you just don't seem the same. I guess a dirty, shabby old overcoat is just more detective-like, sir. Don't worry about it. In the name of love, a man will soil himself silly. All right. Dun, dun, dun. Adrian! Mr. Wright, I am once again in your debt. Thanks to you, the Treasures of Korean exhibit was a great success. I even got to see Mr. Von Garma, who I hadn't seen almost a year. She taught me how to use a whip. It must show you what I've learned. Oh, that's fucking great. But also definitely fits her character. Hey! Bessie and I started a company called Mask to Mask something. We're just dedicated to stop the evil plan from criminals. Our motto, cut it out, please. Pretty cute, huh? Well, we also sell plans to criminals as kind of a side. I wonder if that's okay. Sometimes I think maybe we're the worst criminals. Uh-huh. Oh, damn. I wanted to show my appreciation to Mr. Wright for exterminating Don Tiger, so I lent him 50,000 in a tea set. A special thick tea, one I mixed with my own 2 hands. I bet he's drinking it now. Win through compromise. Win through compromise is a fucking insane slogan. And then when you finally figure out when they tell you what it is, it's great too. Hey, I'm just holding away a wrinkly, grumpy crown. At least that's what I thought. But my grandkids had a birthday party for me the other. Talk about embarrassing. 69 years and I cried like a baby with a dirty diaper. They're bringing everybody back, as usual. Even her. As usual, we have an abundance of work to do. We're hired a new program to write. I hope everything will get along. His name is Adam Mata. What's it called? As soon as I heard his name, I knew. Yep, because it has to be. What is it? Parallelogram? I don't remember the word. Palindrome. That's it. Sister Bikini. My. More reporters. Since the murder, we've made so much money, I hardly know what to do. I think the magazines like us because I provide such a nice visual. I can hardly wait to get Iris back to come back. Wahahaha. Oh, ho, ho. What's the final picture gonna be? Oh, it's gonna be everybody eating. Wonder if Mia's gonna be there. Maybe even Misty Faye. And then... Turned into such a respectable man, Phoenix. It was so sweet of you and everyone else to come and visit me here the other day. Of course, I was happy that you constantly had your eyes on me, but I felt kind of bad when the little one slapped you hard and you got a nosebleed. Aw. That was a good reveal that she was actually the girlfriend. Phoenix Wright, Sam Riegel. Oh yeah, the voices. Objection. Miles Edgeworth. Sion King.
Objection!
Ah, Mia Fey. Christina Katana. Tano. Her little hair swipe. Pretty good.
Objection!
Good dough. Good protagonist. Or, antagonist. Good dough. James C. Wilson.
Objection!
I love the quirkiness of the characters. Franziska von Karma. Janet. Isu? Even hit. Winston Payne. David Crislip. Where's the judge? I think. No. Wendy Oldbag. What's this? I'm back from a long and tiring vacation and no one is here. I guess I was gone. The little whippersnapper buddy quit and now I'm on. And what kind of lonely, crazy security camera is supposed to be anyway? What with all the flashing lights and switches and I feel like some sort of space alien. And now what am I going to do with all these macadamia nuts I brought back for everyone? I bring them back for Edgy Poo. I really can't accept these. I'm afraid I'm something as pretty as frazzles in my heart. I will never ever something. I want to see Godot. Larry? That's fair. I finally found something I'd love to do. Franzi whippity whip tit. I'm gonna turn the art world on its head. I should have realized sooner. Self-centered, lazy, antisocial. I'm an artist. A really good portrait artist. I'm not a loser after all. Hey. There it is. It's a portrait by Larry. Damn. Hell yeah. Even Mia Godot and Misty Faye. Damn. Alright. Clap, clap, clap. That shit was hella good, bro. Oh man. Clear chapter 5. Clear all of Ace Attorney Trilogy. Alright. That's it. Man. Final case was very good. Very callback heavy. Love that. I forgot some things, which didn't help me. Diego Armando being the main thing. I will say, I mean, I guess that it testifies to it being a good case. A lot of it was kind of obvious, in my opinion. Here's how other people played through it and were, I mean, there was definitely supposed to be surprise twists and reveals that you don't expect, but I don't know. I felt like I could figure them out, which is, as I said, kind of showing of a good thing, because it should be solvable is the word. Solvable, or it doesn't make sense and it's just bullshit, right? So, the spinoff for I was thinking of doing the what's it called, the Miles, the investigations, I think it's called, right? Probably do those next, unless you think it's better to do Apollo Justice. But I think I read online it's better to do I mean, you can kind of do whatever, right? Investigations is Miles though, so I'll probably do those. And I mean, we'll won't be putting as much time into Ace Attorney in like the next week or two, but I definitely want to return as these are hella fun. And I love a good mystery and a solvable mystery. All right, I can look at the gallery now. Art book, maybe? Enjoy art scenes. The scenes. Yeah. Oh, damn. It really spoils everything. Okay. uh-huh. Man. What a great set of games, though. Very enjoyable. I think my favorite thing is how much animation work they put into everything. For a fucking, what a... When these games actually released. Is it actually 2014? Phoenix... Ace Attorney release date. 2001, maybe? First release, October 2001. Yeah, wow. Not bad for fucking 20-year-old, 25-year-old game at this point. Like, I mean, played any other visual novel, it's like, there's not that much animation work into making it characters expressive. And the dialogue translation too. Like, I'm not great at voices, but the way they talk is like you naturally put a voice to them, and it's great. So an extremely well done game, and I will definitely be continuing them. Just not in like the next week. Salmonella, yeah, dude, yeah. But I was thinking the copycat too, like the who's you supposed to be, huh? That type shit. And yeah. It's well done. Especially Salmonella. Alright. That would probably be it for me though. Thanks for stopping by. And I hope you enjoyed my reaction to this shit because it was really good. I'll be back. The new Ultimate in Final Fantasy is coming out, so I'll probably be doing that. Mainly. I think I can fit in an hour or two, like before those, and then I'm gonna take a short break from these games. Play a few smaller games though too, as well. It might be a week or two before I come back to an Ace Attorney game. And it depends on what I do. Might even be a little bit longer, but if you see me streaming this game and you want to hop in, hop in. Or if you want to see me play something else, I'll be streaming Monday through Thursday. I'm Azrin. I hope you enjoyed, and peace out. Thanks for stopping by.